All right. Recording started. We're looking live. Can I hear myself? Awesome. Awesome. Posting a little message on Discord here that I'm live. All right. That's kind of ridiculous. So we'll remove all embeds on this message for everyone. All right, I'm here. I'm live, just posting on Discord. Got a little budding community on Discord. I think we got nine people. All right. And I just added a little latest cheerer, latest cheerer technically, but cheerer is kind of a weird word, so I just said latest cheer. Got a little label, scrolling label down there at the bottom of the screen. Down here. Right there. Oh, it's overlapping with the video. I didn't realize that. All right, let me fix that real quick. There we go. All right, at some point I have to get all that tidied up nicely. It's not centered with my taskbar now. No, maybe. All right. Okay. Give a little space for the chat there. Pumping the Discord and the chat and the game there in the chat. All right, well, there's a couple people here, so I'll get kind of a little formal start going. Welcome to JavaScript game development, awful JavaScript game development. I'm your host, Jared, aka Duranosaur, as my Twitch username is. Retro MMO, hi host. Hello there, Evan. How are you this fine morning? I know for you you're already pushing 11 a.m. I gave you the credit where credit's due, Retro. So I got the little cheer label now. I really need to kind of maybe come up with a nicer little box or something with everything. Doing okay. How was last night's stream? Yeah, I need to come up with a nice little, like, maybe little box or something. Retro, your overlay is already better than mine. I don't know about that. Actually, yeah, I can't recall your overlay off the top of my head. Don't you have, like, I don't know, I like having my desktop be like as big, like as full screen as possible, and I kind of like that, but stream was good. Character customization is so close to ready. Nice. All right. Awesome. Yeah, I'll have to get back into Retro MMO and check that out. My overlay is just my camera in the bottom right with some solid white text above it. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what I want to do to make Weemy. Good morning. It is a good morning. I mean, not for you, Weemy. It's a good afternoon, evening. But thanks for respecting my time zone. I appreciate it. Since I'm covering up my desktop clock, my Windows calendar clock here. 9:40 a.m. That is Central Standard Time. I always say good morning no matter what. Nice. Well, it's a safe bet. All right, well, I guess we're going to kind of dive right into it. Yesterday was a little... I didn't really have a goal yesterday of what I was exactly trying to accomplish. I mean, we're working on multiplayer, so I'm just kind of like... I've got kind of a list in my head of the things I want to do, and I haven't really been updating Trello with the specific things. I just have a thing on Trello that says add multiplayer. That's one of the cards. That's my current doing card on Trello. So I'm just kind of pushing things forward as I see fit. And I kind of have the list of things in my head that I want to accomplish, but I'm not really tackling formal tasks right now. But what we got done yesterday is we got the actual server-side bubble generation, on-demand bubble generation. I call it on-demand bubble generation as if that sounds like some sort of important thing, but it's not really. It's just bubble generation that happens later. So if we fire up a little competitive match here now, and I actually activate the window there. If we play and new bubbles appear, so here I went to, I don't know what checkpoint this is, but now on the clients will have the same exact bubbles from the server. So if we like screw up, you can kind of see those match up there, right? So that's a problem right there. So this is actually something I wanna fix this during the stream today. Is kind of the what we see right now. This issue where the time's up label didn't go away, and it's stuck on top of our stat screen. The reason for that is now the server is telling the clients when the match is over, because we just added that in right at the end of the stream yesterday. So yeah, so we added that in with not really any consideration of whatever else the client is trying to handle. So now on the client, I need to kind of organize the code here on what we need to. Actually, what I think is happening. So what I think is happening is we kind of have two events firing, two match-ended events firing. So like the server throws a match-ended event, and then the client, because the server's time ends like a hair before the client's, just because of ping delay and everything, delay from the clients to the server. And then when that 30 seconds ends on the server, it fires the game ended event, the match ended event, and then the clients do the match ended event. But the clients also have their own internal timer that you would have during a normal like practice mode. If I were to go here and just do a normal practice mode, obviously we're completely not talking to the server at all during this game. This is all this stuff's just happening in the client, the state of the game, the bubble generation, all of that just happening pure in the browser. And then when this timer ends, it emits a game ended event. And the problem is we're basically firing duplicate events in that case, because the server tells the client, hey, the game's over. And the client's internal timer ends, and then also throws that event. So that's just a matter of what we need to do. I think what I need to do is in our marathon game mode, which I should probably rename. In our game mode object, when we do all the setup, so we have a static create method to set up all the gameplay elements, all the game elements. And one of the things we get from that is a timer. And at least we should get a timer. Yes, okay. So our timer here basically has, where does that timer go? Instantiate marathon object. Okay. So we set up a new timer object, and what the timer does on every tick of the timer, which is basically every frame. So a timer object just keeps track of, gets a new time. It runs every frame, runs its on tick method every frame. And then what you can do when you instantiate a timer object is just kind of a generic object you can use for anything that you want to like delay something to say happen some sort of time in the future. You can have something run every tick of the timer, which is what we do, and that's how we update our little timer bar on the side. So every frame that thing is ticking, and then we just take whatever percentage of the timer is complete, so like 30 seconds, and then we can draw our new blue rectangle to be whatever that percentage is of this little box, right? So that's how the timer kind of works. But there's also another thing that happens. So when the timer ends, it fires. So what we do is and I don't know why I do this here. Oh yeah, okay. So anyway, when the timer ends, we can also have an event, our own little callback fire when that timer runs out, right? So as it's ticking by every frame, as soon as it hits a frame where it sees that now the time is greater than or equal to the timer's maximum time, then we can fire off another event. So that event is where we're firing off our marathon ended. So when that timer ends, we're firing off that the game has ended. And there's another thing where we're setting the end time stats there. Canvas wrapper runtime. Okay. So basically what we want is, I think we actually don't want to set. Basically, if we're in a competitive game, we don't want to be checking for our internal client timer. We only care about the server timer. The server will tell us when time's up. So, and that explains why we're getting like these weird. That explains why we're getting those weird negative times. Well, in this case, we're not getting that, but. So, okay. Yeah, what we'll do is we won't set this on elapsed callback if we're playing a competitive game. So I basically just have one way of telling that right now. So if there's a server bubbles array that comes in through the our static create method, that will be null if nothing's passed in. So if server bubbles come in, and basically that just means I didn't really think of a better name for that. But basically, if there's some bubbles, if we're playing a competitive mode, the server's generating our bubble positions and colors and sizes, and the server's sending those to both clients. So both players are playing popping the same exact bubbles. So if those come in, basically I just need to pass those in to our create method for setting up our game. And then if those are passed in, then it uses whatever those properties for those bubbles are to generate bubbles. Otherwise, the client will just generate its own random bubbles. So basically I just have this little if statement for that bubble generation, which is pretty nice. That's all there is to it. Want to become famous? Yes, I do. Ban this guy. Unrecognized command. Oh. Ban, not bad. There we go. All right. Okay, so what was I saying? So basically, there's just this one if statement right now that matters for. So basically, like the game object that's running for a completely in-browser single-player game is pretty much identical. All the elements are pretty much identical except for just this little if statement to set some bubbles that were defined by the server versus just generating our own random bubbles. So that's kind of nice. I like how it basically just boils down to like a little if statement in there that I can do. But we need one more if statement, and that will be to just make sure we set up an on elapsed thing for the in-game timer. So we still want, because basically we still want, at least for right now, until I think of maybe a better way to do it. Okay, never mind. All right, so I don't need to copy and paste that. Okay, so if server bubbles, so if our create object was set up with some server bubbles, then we're going to set this on elapsed. But we got another problem here where I'm setting the end time of our we've got another little problem here where I'm setting the end time of our for the stats. So actually, I'm kind of wondering if maybe marathon ended should actually handle this stats end time thing. Yeah, maybe we should just do that. Because basically, I still want to show the stats end time on the client, but I'm omitting that right now because we're saying if we're playing a oh, wait, actually, this should be if not server bubbles. So if we are playing a practice mode, then a single player mode, then we're going to kill the game when the timer ends. But otherwise, if it's a server game, the timer is just for aesthetics. Personally. We need to go. I never get those. I've only gotten a few of them, maybe like 4 since I've been streaming, and just so happens there was one yesterday and one today. So, yeah, I don't know. I would assume. Well, I don't know how. I don't really. Yeah, so 2 of the 4 that I probably have been today and yesterday. So, and that one that was just there, that one message that was just there was very similar very similar to the one from yesterday. So it was like maybe it's the person who's doing that. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's some sort of, you know, you can go and purchase Twitch accounts, bot spammy Twitch accounts, you know, or something like that, and try to post your own links and whatnot. But that seemed like the same kind of thing from today and yesterday. Like it was originated from the same source. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense. So, okay. So our timer will still be running now in this case. Just we're not going to be ending the game when the timer ends, right? So the timer, more or less, the timer will be ticking down, and it might not end at the exact moment that the server says the game will end, but there's like a little margin of error there that you won't really notice while playing the game. And I still kind of have something I want to figure out for like how should the server exactly end the game and get. Like Weemy was saying yesterday, he spent 3 weeks of had 3 weeks of headaches trying to do that for his game. So yeah. And the jury's still out on how I want to handle like the server overriding something that the client does. Yeah, I'm really not too sure yet on how I want to do that. But I figured today what I'm going to work on is just fixing what I'm doing right now is just some kind of this gameplay stuff. I want to be able to have the clients be able to disconnect and connect from games. You know, like if you quit in the middle of a match, that I don't think that does anything currently. So I want to get that kind of stuff set up. So kind of the quality of life things, which should be pretty simple to do. Okay, so now let's refresh some clients here. So now if we do a little competitive game, now our timer here is ticking down, but this is just a graphical thing now at this point. So when this ends, when our timer ends, it's not going to necessarily mean that the game is over, because it's going to wait for the server to say when the game's over. But if we watch this, we should see that more or less it's going to line up pretty darn close. There you go. See, so that was the server telling the clients game's over when the timer ended. And there you couldn't even tell the difference that, you know, that there was a little bit of a delay or not. And obviously the server is on, I'm just on my own. My server's running on my computer right here, and my browsers, my clients are running on my computer right here. So they're having the minimalist latency as possible. The lowest latency possible. Let's go with that, huh? So, like, we're talking sub-millisecond ping times right now, probably. So there's that. So now we've got, obviously, that timer issue. We had -7 seconds, which, you know, doesn't make sense. So that's because our stats end time is getting set in this for the practice mode. That's getting set. So what I'm thinking of doing actually is just refactoring this, moving this up out of this thing here, and probably moving it up to our application object, which the application object is kind of managing all the different things, like, oh, the menu, if a menu button was clicked, do this thing. If this thing was done, if you quit the game, go back to the main menu, you know, kind of does the management of all of that stuff. Kind of the state of everything. So let's see about moving this marathon stats end time out of here, out of this on elapsed thing. And I'm going to look quickly at our application object. So let's maybe split the screen here 3 ways. So right now we're just looking at client code here. I usually have been keeping my server code here in this side, and I just split my client now into two things, just because I want to look at both of these. So application, yeah, so we've got, hang on, my speaker's just turned off here. There we go. All right. Okay, marathon ended. That's the event that's getting fired. What I think kind of makes sense to do is maybe just setting our stats end time right at this point inside of the marathon ended. So like before, we're setting the end time of the game before we emit the marathon ended event. And then here's the marathon ended event handler. And there's not really any reason why I couldn't do the set the stats in here. Because even if you, like a marathon ended event will fire if you quit, if you close the middle of the game. But there's not really a reason why the stats end time doesn't need to be, it won't hurt anything to set the end time of the stats at that point. Obviously, there won't be any stats if you quit the game early. But there's not really anything wrong with just setting our stats right here. And are we importing canvas wrapper? Yes, brilliant. Okay. Yeah, so there's not really anything wrong with just saying, hey, let's just set the end time stats right at this point. And then that way our server will still get stats even when the server kills the game. Oh, and the other thing actually is I'm going to move the stats calculation to the server, and then the server will send the stats. So we're not getting to that yet, but that'll be a thing to add as well. So now the server will actually update the correct stats and whatever, and that way if somebody like Weemy is working around with the client, the stats will still be correct as far as the server goes, as far as the data that was sent to the server. So let's just move all this up into one. Should I do that one-liner if? Who else likes one-liner if statements, or does it just make things hard to read? I don't know. I kind of like one-liner ifs. Because I feel like whenever you see the indentation, that gives you like a nice little indicator, right? Like if I'm looking at like this little if-else thing here, it's kind of nice to have. Obviously in an if-else, it's got to be, kind of multi-line, whatever. But, or it doesn't have to be, but, it's kind of like my eye catches that and I go like, okay, there's something kind of happening here that maybe doesn't happen in other cases, right? So if I see, oh yeah, if, and then I see an indentation, it just kind of catches my eye better. Whereas if I just have a one-liner if, it doesn't necessarily catch your eye so much. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah, we're not going to do a one-liner. We're going to do this. I'll do this callback one-liner, but wait a minute, something is not right here. Oh no, this is right. Okay. Okay. We mean to go. I did no such thing. I don't like them. One-liner ifs, I guess you're talking about. Yeah, that the time I kind of like one-liner ifs is if I don't like crazy nested ifs. Actually, this is the time I feel like I like. Did I want to close that? I think I did. What's an example where I do a one-liner if I want to like kill a function early? Yeah, like this. And this is maybe kind of dumb, but like if I want to return, if I want to run a function and then I check something and then like I kind of like to do that. Like if this one case hit return, I mean, and this could easily be a, you know, because I like to get away from nested ifs whenever possible. You know, because you could do if not pending destruction, then do the real case, then return way at the bottom. But in this case, like I just want to check if I'm pending destruction and return. Get out of there. There's no reason to like do like if not pending destruction, then run all my code in that nested block, and then blah 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 blah. I kind of like doing stuff like this just as one line. I don't know. Maybe it's not a good idea. Yeah. All right. All right, I'm going to take a real quick bathroom break and grab some more coffee. So let's get that notepad going. Whoa, right, back. There we go. All right, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere unless you want to. All right, we are back. You guys seen that? That guy who identifies spiders on Twitch? He's from Sweden. Spider underscore ID, I think is his name. Kind of interesting. He's like an arachnologist or something. I'm an arachnophobic, so nope. Well, that's what he puts in his description all the time. He's like, or in his video description. Kind of extreme one too, huh? Yeah, he just like has usually like dead spiders in like a little petri dish or whatever. I don't know what exactly it is, but then he's just got him under the microscope, and he's just got the microscope feed, pumped in the video microscope or whatever, pumped into Twitch. So you see these, these like little spiders like just zoomed in really big, and then he's just kind of like looking at them and identifying, I guess, what they do. Zoomed in spiders. Yeah, they look pretty terrifying because I imagine most of them are pretty tiny, but they're amplified a lot. It's pretty interesting. I don't know. I like finding Twitch streams like that, and that was just suggested to me, I guess, because of science and technology or something. I don't know, but I don't know. I like how people just Twitch stream, just like these random they're like random jobs that they have, but it's like interesting. It's like cool. I mean, Weemy doesn't think it's cool, but I understand. Spiders aren't for everyone. All right. So it probably is cool, and I think it's cool if my brain didn't have control over me. I gotcha. All right, so what did I just do? We just moved the timing set. Okay, so we need to look. Where's the application file here? Okay, so we just moved our stats setup to marathon ended. So now we set the stats end time whenever a marathon ended event gets fired. So that's pretty good. And in the cases where you quit the game early, it won't hurt anything to set the end time. Like when you quit the game early, you don't see your stats at the end, but it's no big deal to just set that end time variable. And again, with the server side, once we go server side with the statistics, then this will change again. So maybe we won't end up having this stats set there. So maybe this is more of a temporary thing anyway. And we might actually go back to the way we had it before. But nonetheless, now if we fire up 2 clients in a competitive match, we should see some stats at the end. Actually, I'll play as one here. Why don't we do that? Might as well. Oh, one thing I actually kind of want to test is the bubble generation. I might want to actually delay that a little more. All right, so now time and everything's working just fine. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. What I was saying is I actually, the way the bubble, let me pull up my nifty diagram. This diagram has been so helpful. It's not a diagram, it's just a notepad with, I typed in some stuff. So, yeah, so the bubbles, oops. So let's throw up a game here, right? So 4 bubbles get shown on screen immediately, right? So that's the first checkpoint of bubbles. And what happens is when the game starts, it generates the first 2 checkpoints worth of bubbles. So if bubbles 4, 5, and 6 are there, the client has them, or whether you do a practice mode or on a competitive mode, the server will send 8 bubbles in that case, or the client will generate 8 bubbles to start, right? So these bubbles have already been calculated. They just weren't shown on the screen yet. Their positions and random positions and everything were calculated, whatnot. But what's happening is, well, what happens, so after this first thing here, after you get to, so once you pop bubble 0, 1, 2, 3, then bubbles 8, 9, 10, 11 get generated and sent to the client. So like as you are so once you pop 3, bubble 8 gets generated and then sent to the client or generated on the client, whatever. And then once you pop bubble 4, then bubble 8 will appear on the screen. But I'm starting to wonder, like, depending on latency with the server and everything, maybe there will be a little issue in bubble 8 like arriving to the client late just because the person pops bubbles 3 and 4 so fast. And depending on how much, it's possible that you pop bubble 3, 4, they're right next to each other and you're just, you're a fast player. So you pop bubbles 3 and 4 and it's possible that the game will be trying to show bubble 8 before it's actually received it. So now I'm starting to think of maybe I want to like offset that by another checkpoint. So like it'll be 2 checkpoints, and then as soon as you, or maybe we generate 3 checkpoints from the server, send 3 checkpoints to the clients, and then once you pop bubble 3, then you'd already have bubbles 4 through 11, and then the next checkpoint would get generated on the server and then sent. So you'd have to be like wicked fast to, and maybe some people will be wicked fast, and for sure they will. If anyone plays this game, I mean, that's always a possibility too, that just nobody cares, nobody plays the game, and that's fine. I mean, I don't play it, so so it's possible that we might actually want to do that. And in fact, isn't there a way I can, just to test this, isn't there a way I can like simulate slow data transfer or something? Don't record. Performance. Fast 3G. Oh, yeah, there you go. That's what I'm looking for. Fast, slow 3G. So can I actually... Wow. That's really slow. Okay, so that was extremely, we could see the server like just sending one file like at a time. That's kind of cool, I guess, to have that. So does that mean will that work with, I mean, I guess that'll do that'll gimp the whole network. So actually, let's look at those ping times. Yeah, let's pull up this little ping time thing again here. So if I do a ping, now my server will print ping times. Okay, so let's look at, if I refresh this guy first, every second it'll throw a ping. So obviously here we're, 1 millisecond, 0 milliseconds, right? I mean, I'm on LAN, so that's pretty okay. So let's see if that happens with, now that I've got my network gimped in the console here, let's see if that actually does that. How do I just stop? Oh, I can't really. All right, let's just refresh this one. And will this one be big? Oh, no, at this point we haven't even loaded the file. We haven't even started executing our code yet. So once our script starts, then WebSockets will connect. Okay, player connected. Nope. So, wow, Chrome's not doing a good job of simulating. I don't know if maybe WebSockets doesn't actually use that. Maybe that's the problem. WebSocket communication is not. And I could be wrong. I'm not an expert at all with web development at all. So using this stuff, yeah, I don't know. All right, so how do I kill? Network disabled. Network online. Okay. All right, that's good. All right, so let's disable this. Okay, so trying to think of what, well, I'm trying to remember actually now what I was trying to do. If someone plays a fast-paced bubble popper in multiplayer on slow 3G, they are crazy. Well, yeah, I mean, but, well, I thought maybe slow 3G would at least just simulate like a slower connection to the server, but I don't know. It didn't seem to affect, setting that in the Chrome console didn't seem to affect WebSockets at all, my WebSocket communication, because that was still really fast. So that was still, sub millisecond. So yeah, we'll figure something out with that at some point. I don't remember even what I was trying to test by doing that. But I guess that, well, whatever. I don't need to worry about that right now. Okay, so everything's back to fast now on the client, which is good. Yeah, what was I even going to test, or what was I going to look at? Oh, well, we were talking about the bubble generation. That's what we were talking about. Maybe I was going to see if I could GIMP the network, and then I could, that would let me like maybe break the bubble generation speed. Because what I'm thinking is it's possible that we might try to show a bubble on screen before the server actually has sent it, or before it has arrived from the server. So that's a possibility. So I'm like, my other alternative is let's just generate an additional checkpoint ahead of bubbles. So like when we generate maybe 3 checkpoints out of the gate, send 3 checkpoints worth of bubbles to both clients. Then once the player passes the first checkpoint, the first player, then the server generates the next, the skip ahead, right? So instead of generating, currently, once you pop bubble 3, you go to checkpoint 1, so 4, 5, and 6 are already generated, but then the server generates bubbles 8, 9, 10, 11. But if the player pops bubble 3 and 4 really quickly, after you pop bubble 4, the screen's going to try to show bubble 8. But if we haven't received bubble 8 yet, then that's a little bit of a problem. So let's try to do a little, let's just see what happens if I try to go really fast. Blah, blah, blah. Nope. Okay. I was gonna see maybe well, like I said before, the distance, the time, I should say the latency now between the messages coming from the server is like round trip is going to be like potentially less than a millisecond. So I'm probably never going to actually reach that threshold on LAN. Obviously not. So, I mean, one frame is 8.3 milliseconds. So unless I were to somehow be able to go sub one frame, we'd have a problem. But if somebody's got 100 milliseconds of ping, right? You know, I mean, that's what? 12 something frames? We might have a little bit of a potential. That might be a potential risk. Ooh, maybe we could just test this out real quick. Let's just try. Maybe I could just do like wrap a little set timeout here. So on the server, let's do. Where am I sending the more bubbles? Bubble generate, more bubbles. Okay. So let's just, for kicks, delay the sending of this command. Set timeout. And then let's delay it by like 100. Oh, let's do 100 milliseconds, right? So that would kind of simplify or signify maybe like 100 millisecond. Actually, this would be just one way 100 milliseconds of delay. So that would be pretty bad in most cases. So if we get two clients going. Oh, okay. It wasn't happening there. So let's just beef this up even more. Who cares? Let's do 500 milliseconds, like something kind of outrageous. Because what did I do? 100 milliseconds? That's probably not enough. Yeah. Okay. Let's try that again. Because I don't know if it already had generated the next bubbles. Oh, I think I saw it. Okay, we've already got a problem there. Okay, so it's not throwing an error, but we've already got an issue with that, right? So we got some bubbles somehow. We didn't get bubbles before. You could use Fiddler or something to simulate and fiddle with latency. Gotcha. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Fiddler is familiar. I've heard of that. Thanks for that, Weemy. Oops. Okay, so we didn't get any errors, which is kind of interesting. Oh, actually, yeah, okay, so that's a big problem there. That's funny. Okay. That's right. We won't get any errors because the client yeah, I guess the client's not trying to can't show any bubbles that don't exist. So it's not like trying to access a position in the array that doesn't exist, of the array of bubbles. So yeah, so this would be like a really awful case, obviously. I did 500 milliseconds of delay in the server sending the new bubbles. So in that amount of time, that was enough for me to like play ahead, and then the client wasn't correctly showing the bubbles. So I could either just give ourselves like a little more of a buffer. Or I could just figure out something on the client where, well, there would be some point where like the ping would just be too high to even play, and like, you know, it would be an awful experience. But I would still like it to like more or less work, even if you somehow had some ridiculous high amount of ping. Because what I could do is just at least make sure the client would properly update. You know, like maybe you'd run out of bubbles, let's say, because the server, like for whatever reason, something happened and, you know, there was this huge delay in the connection of the new bubbles coming over the coming from the server. Yeah, trying to think of what would maybe be the best way. Well, let's look at the client real quick, and then it's on the marathon, right, where we're doing the more bubbles from server added. Yeah, I'm not going to think about this too much right now because this is kind of probably a little more of an edge case, or like you're playing on an extremely high latency connection, whatever. And the other thing is going to be what I'm thinking I could probably do to just remedy this is what I was already explaining, where maybe instead of, so when you pop bubble 4, or as soon as you pop bubble 3 to go to checkpoint 1, to go up to the next checkpoint, the server generates 8, 9, 10, 11 and sends them back to the client. So then from this point, so there's like that slight, what was happening is when you pop 4, bubble 8 needs to appear. So what was happening was I'd pop 3, the server would start to generate these, but then it would delay the command by 500 milliseconds. So in before these 8, 9, 10, 11 bubbles got sent back to the client, I popped 4, which would have tried to initialize bubble 8, which didn't exist. So maybe I even popped 4 and 5 before 8, 9, 10, and 11 got sent back to the client. So at that point, the client has already tried to initialize bubbles 8 and 9, which don't exist, so it didn't do anything. And then we got stuck with like this weird middle state where there weren't any bubbles. So like my solution for that would be to, you know, maybe have some sort of, in the worst case where, you know, there'd be bubbles that arrived late after they were already supposed to be drawn on the screen. Maybe they could trigger something to draw them. But probably the much smarter thing to do would be to just delay that generation off by another checkpoint. So when you pop bubble 3, you go to bubble 4, but the client would already have 8, 9, 10, 11. And then bubbles 12, 13, 14, 15 would actually be generated. And then as you play, then you pop 4, 5, 6, 7. Then you pop bubble 7, you go up to 8. The client already has 8 through 15, and then popping 7 would trigger the generation of 16, 17, 18, 19, the next checkpoint's worth of bubbles. So it'd be like an extra buffer of checkpoints, the bubbles, which, you know, even if you're really fast, I mean, you're popping maybe 2 point, you know, maybe like the fastest I've ever done is 2.6, 2.7 bubbles per second. So, you know, we're talking like I can maybe in an incredible whatever, I could get 3 in 1 second. So that would, you know, we'd pretty much have, you know, unless we had some just ridiculous connection issue or something, I think even this buffer would work. And it wouldn't even be that bad to even bump that up another level if we needed to. Like just send 4 checkpoints down to the client initially, and then have them, you know, once they hit checkpoint 1, or once they pop bubble 3 to go to checkpoint 1, bubble 4, then generate 16, you know, like bubbles 16, 17, 18, 19. So like then there's just this huge buffer of bubbles that the client would already have to be able to play with. But I do kind of like, yeah, actually, I'm not going to worry about this at all right now. There's not really a reason to worry too much about this. Like, I don't really necessarily care that, you know, maybe once we kind of go live, whatever, we need to kind of figure this out. But I'll do more like latency testing and actually, you know, probably address this problem. So I'm not even going to record this to do here, because this is kind of like something that'll kind of be obvious to test with the latency and everything. All right. So, yeah, I'm not going to worry about that right now. I think it's just too, I should just keep focusing on our actual quality of life things that don't really exist right now as far as multiplayer is concerned. So we got the timer working for right now. The one thing we need is like the X button to work. So it'd be nice to be able to quit a match, and the server doesn't know that you quit the match currently when you click that X button. So it'd be nice if, you know, the server quit, and then, you know, the player would get other opponent disconnected or something, you know, something like that. So I believe if we refresh the browser, that works. So if we fire up a game, and if I refresh or close the tab, yeah. Okay, so that game ended there, which is nice. So I have those disconnects working. If we do, and I think that would happen too, like if you close the tab. Yeah. Okay, so if the opponent closes the tab, whatever, it shows the time's up, which is not the message we want to show. We just want to show, we need to show the reason why the match ended. So that's something that's some information the server will have to pass down. Like, why did the match end? Did the opponent disconnect? Did time run out? Whoops. So Yeah, so we just want to get, when we click X, we need to fire a message off to the server. So the thing is, when you close the tab, that's actually an event coming from WebSocket connection, where it's saying, oh, through whatever the browser's doing with WebSockets, it's triggering up to the server, that the WebSocket server, that the client closed the connection. And actually, if I close the whole window, does it do that as well? Yeah. Okay. So as the window's closing too, it's doing that. So that is great. And that's just an event. So on the server, I have an on close. So that's where that's getting handled there. So on the close of the WebSockets connection, I'm just logging player close connection, and that's actually a closing of the WebSockets connection itself. So we don't have any like game logic set up. So that's when the physical WebSocket gets closed. But as for in the game, when I click X, the WebSocket is fine. The WebSocket stays open, but it's just a matter of we need to fire off like a game event to say, okay, the player quit. So actually, I already have that set up, or how to handle that. Yeah, player close connection, player quit match, but we're just not firing that on the quit. So, or on the exit of the game. So let's go to application, and then we will, let's see. I feel like maybe I need to have like another intermediary event or something that happens. So like, I feel like my close button, I feel like my quit button for the game through the menu. Where's the menu? I feel like the quit button for my menu should be, where do we set that up? That event up? Oh, I guess we don't do that in here. Show main. Hide in game. Show in game. Oh, okay. Yeah, so the button is, let's look at the menu object again here. So I'm not a huge fan of how I have this menu system structured, but I mean, it works. It works pretty well, and it's actually relatively clear, but I feel like there might be some maybe better way to handle it. So there's these 4 methods, and this is the part that I'm not necessarily a huge fan of. There's 4 methods where the menu object has the buttons for the main menu and also like the in-game button, the in-game quit button. And basically it's kind of toggling back and forth between whether you're in-game or, whether you're at the main menu, so it's showing those buttons, the main menu buttons, or once you're in-game. Whoops. So like when I clicked X there, I'm at the main menu, and that's got these buttons, but then when I play, then this object also keeps track of the quit button. So then when I quit, then it triggers to go back to the main menu and whatever. Which is kind of nice, but I've got like these series of methods these 4 methods that kind of happen, and it's kind of, I don't know, I'm kind of just like piecemeal sticking things together. So, and I'm not actually sure why. Oh. So like I have this, basically there's show main, hide main. So this is show main menu, and basically it calls the methods for all of those buttons, the title button, the title button, play button, tutorial button, to show all of those buttons. And when you hide main, it hides all those buttons. And then you also have like an alternate method to show in-game, to show the in-game button menu, which is just the button. And then the hide in-game, right? So when you're showing main, you're also going to be hiding in-game, that sort of thing. Well, but not exactly either, because there's a little bit of there's some space where none of the menus are going to be showing. So like our main menu, it can't just be a direct toggle between showing the main menu or showing the in-game button. Because if I hit play, there's a countdown and nothing's showing. The main menu's gone. The main menu's gone, and the in-game quit button isn't there yet until the game actually starts. So that's why there's kind of these, I kind of end up with having to have 4 things. And then the hide, or the show in-game, this is the thing that kind of just feels a little janky, but for the show in-game method, you can pass a callback, which just defaults to a blank function. And now I'm forgetting the exact reason I do that, but what that does is set the on-click function for that quit button. And I guess it's because, I can't remember exactly why I did that. But when we do, I guess we'll find out in a minute here. So when we show, what is that, for show in-game? So when we call menu.show in-game, we've got show in-game, and here we pass a callback that ends the match, the marathon. Otherwise, where else do we do show in-game? Here. Oh, that's the reason why I did that. So when you start the tutorial, so when you start the game, yeah, I'm already thinking of a better way we can do this. So this same button is used whether you're doing a game, whether you're playing an actual game. 3, 2, 1, go. So this X button is currently firing the marathon ended event to quit the game. Boom. But if you start the tutorial, now this X button is going to fire off end tutorial, or tutorial ended. It's going to emit the tutorial ended event. So actually what I think I want to do is instead of passing a callback for an on-click for the X button here, I'm going to just have a generic event, or just its own unique event that will fire all the time when you click this. That'll be player quit, or player pressed quit button. Quit button pressed, clicked, quit button clicked, whatever. We'll call it that or something. So then that quit button will just always fire off that quit button clicked event. And then my application can then manage the state of, oh, is a tutorial running or is an actual game running? Because then I'll just cancel whichever one I need to cancel. Yeah, I think that makes probably more sense, the most sense here. And then what I could also do is just kind of have a, depending on what the state of the game is, then we fire a, what am I trying to say here? Depending on the state of the game, if you're playing a competitive match, then we can also fire, when that quit button is pressed, we can fire off the event to the server to say, or fire off the message to the server to say, hey, player quit. So then the server will properly kill the match and notify the other player. So let's get that added in then. So instead of actually, before we dive in, I'm going to take another bathroom break. So we'll be right back. All right, we are back. Yeah, so I'm thinking we can just have this callback set up. Don't need to worry about the server right now. So on our menu, should I do that? Match weight started. Yeah, I'm thinking let's have our X button, and we're going to set the on click to event emitter.emit. Creating a new event, which there's not really a new event creation. Basically, you can emit any event you want that's any string. But then if there's listeners or not to that event, then, only does that make the difference. So there's not some formal event creation process. So what did I say before? I said quit button pressed, quit button clicked. We'll say quit button clicked. Or in-game, I guess we'll say in-game quit button clicked. I know that's a ridiculously long name. In-game quit button clicked. But I think that's good. So then our application will manage, we'll have a listener for that. Stat screen quit. Yeah, see, I have like a nice separate stat screen quit button. Oops. All right, so we'll do a new event. Ooh. And then we'll do listener. In-game quit button clicked, and then it's a matter of this in-game quit button clicked kind of parsing what it needs to. So actually also in the menu, I'm going to remove this callback thing. Or I guess maybe I'll do this first. Preston, hey, Preston, what's going on? How are you doing? Thanks, Preston. I appreciate that. Well, I assume that's a good thing. I'm working on a game engine. Sick. Nice. I like it. C++. Cool. That is my dream. To kind of once I'm done with this game and doing a few other things, I'm going to be maybe starting some C++ game development. Finish file handling. Should move on to something more. Don't know yet, though. Gotcha. Nice. Yeah, actually, the other day I was just kind of messing around with, because I'm still kind of learning C/C++ right now. So I'm trying to learn it kind of in tandem while, you know, when I have time to kind of screw around with that. While I'm, you know, working on this game and everything. I even got to write tests. Nice, nice. Yeah, I actually, one kind of coolish thing I started doing was a little program to generate like a skybox for 3D stuff. So I did, yeah, so I have a little C pro. These probably look really weird on the stream with the, and it's supposed to look kind of weird, but I have a little C program to like generate like a full skybox, all the right, a cube map, I should say. So that's just kind of a fun little program to mess around with. Let me look at what I did with that quick. And I think I'm mostly using just C in this, not C++. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I love messing around with that stuff. Okay. So yeah, so good luck with that, Preston. Oh yeah, we're getting rid of, I'm going to at least leave this callback thing commented out for right now because we don't actually need that. So let's do, okay. Yeah. This is fine. I just want to make sure I go back and clean this up. And yeah, so actually let's split this and I'll keep it there for my memory. How are you with the game and how are we on networking? Not bad. Not bad so far. Yeah, that's what we're working on right now, the multiplayer. Yeah, I'll give you a quick little show of what we've got. So if I got 2 clients here, I should refresh because there's some stuff that's not done yet. But basically, if we click this little button here, which isn't, it's technically a button, even though it's supposed to be just kind of a little graphic thing. But right now I'm using that to be the game to queue for multiplayer, or the button to queue for a multiplayer game. So if we click that, the server starts off the game and starts a match between these 2 players and generates the same bubbles. So one player can play and pop bubbles. And both players are trying to pop the same amount of bubbles. Oh, I still have that latency thing. All right, so there's something going on the server that is breaking this, which is fine, but yeah. Wow, that's weird. Yeah, the game ended and that was it. What do you mean? I don't know exactly what you were talking about or what that question was directed towards. Let me fix this server break. Oh, I was testing, I was kind of generating some fake latency to test something. And that's what I meant by the server breaking. Because I still have that little delay added, which I don't actually want. So I'm going to get rid of it. Otherwise, I'm going to forget that I added it. So now, there we go. I just had like a 500 millisecond delay on one of the command one. When the server would generate more bubbles, it was like delaying that, sending those to the client by 500 milliseconds. So I was testing kind of what would happen if, you know, there was a weak connection or whatever and more bubbles needed to go to the client. And the long and short of it is that it breaks, but I'm not going to be worrying about that right now. But yeah, so it's if I play now, it should be fine. So now as like bubbles get generated, these should all match up, you know. So now if I play with this client, let's see. Yeah, now both clients are kind of more or less at the same spot there with the bubbles. So yeah. All server authoritative, right? Still kind of working on that. Sounds like a pain to implement. I mean, not really. I mean, there are some things that'll be a pain about it. But right now, all that's happening is the server's getting the mouse movements from the clients, and then like whichever player hits, that's not what I wanted to do. What's happening right now is like the server's getting all the mouse movements, and it's checking when the player pops bubbles. And then like as a player makes it up to a new like checkpoint or something, actually it prints right down there, then more bubbles get generated. So whichever player is like ahead will trigger like the next bubble generation, and then those get sent down to the clients. So there's yes, server validation currently, but it's not quite the way it should be yet. There's not really any sort of cheating thing right now. Anti-cheat kind of stuff. So that's something that might be a pain to implement, but we'll see. So, yeah, right now I'm just trying to make it so that when you quit, it's like if I click the quit button in a match here. So like if I quit on one client, oh, actually right now it's kind of been broken in the middle here. But if you were to quit on the client, it should quit and then should trigger the trigger to the server that the player quit, and then that should tell the opponent. It should end the game for the opponent. And currently that works. Like if I refresh the browser here, if I refresh this client, hey, wait a minute. That wasn't supposed to happen. Oh no, wait. Actually, that was supposed to happen. Let me. So if I refresh, time's up. Okay. So this stat screen shouldn't show like if this person quits, but it should have a message that says the opponent quit, and then it would just kick you back to the main menu. The other player. I'd like to see how easy it is to cheat. But that would mean I have to dive into your code. What do you mean? It's not easy to cheat in this, right, Duranosaur? Yeah, no, it's bulletproof. No, Preston, it's Weemy's being funny there because he actually was messing around with the code yesterday, and he got like 2 million bubbles. 2 million bubble pops. And that's only on the client side only practice, practice version of the game. But yeah, so we're getting there on that sort of thing, preventing cheating. I mean, technically on the practice mode, I don't really care. You can do whatever you want because it's not talking to a server at all. So if you really want to go in and break the client, you can kind of do that. But yeah, at your answer, well, it's my time now. Your stream, Weemy? Or are you talking about something else? It's bundled. Why, though? I'd shrink it all up. Sounds like a pain to fix. Yeah, I mean, it's not all obfuscated or anything. It's all, I mean, most of the variable names are there. I do have it all grouped into one file, right? Like my development is all done with a bunch of files or whatever. But yeah, it all gets just grouped into one file and kind of minified somewhat. Weemy, yeah, catch you later. Hope your stream goes well. Good luck. Actually isn't bad, still readable. Yeah, it's mostly pretty much 100% readable, I think. Yeah, I mean, if you beautified it or ran it through like a beautifier, it would probably end up looking pretty good. I'm just using, let's see here, build. I'm using rollup and Terser. And currently, everything's not wrapped in an IIFE, but that will be part of the current production. The code that's up on the server right now that you have, Preston, is not currently wrapped in an IIFE like this. But I will do that. So then I used two commands here. I use rollup, which is an npm package that demodules everything. So that takes all this code that's in JavaScript ES6 modules and then dumps that all into just one main.js file. And then now I have this format IIFE thing, but then that gets piped into Terser, which is another npm package. And then that minifies everything and then puts it all just in this bundle.js. And I named it bundle. It really doesn't need to be called bundle. It should just be called main still. That's just me thinking I'm smart. Well, Twitch just pooped itself. I guess that means your stream took a dump. Okay, so what are we working on here again? Oops. Okay, so I want to make sure I get rid of that. We need to fix our quit button now. So I just created this new event called in-game quit button clicked. So that should fire every time we actually click our quit button. It won't do anything. CLG player clicked quit. Player quitted. So now if I play, no, how about if I refresh the browser first? We hit play, GG1, player quitted. So that's thrown in our console there. Player quitted. Great. So now what we need to do is actually just parse what we need to actually quit. We need to figure out what we actually need to close out of, whether that be the tutorial or an actual game. Retro MMO, how did you get so good at naming stuff? I don't know. Thanks. That means a lot, Evan. You talking about the quitted thing? Player quitted. Yeah. That's clear, right? That's I don't know. Actually, that's not what the event name is now called in-game quit button clicked. So that's a mouthful for you there. Okay, so we need to figure out, so in-game quit button clicked is now fired when you click that quit button. But it's just a matter now of figuring out whether we're in a tutorial or whether we're in an actual game. Should I get rid of all these old things here? Match ended handler. Yeah, I'll get rid of that at some point. Basically, we've got a marathon, a marathon, or a tutorial. Those are the only things that can be live, I think. Yeah, there's no quit button when you're at the stats screen here. There's this quit button, like, and that's kind of a different quit button. And this fires a different event. But that quit button goes away when we're at the stats screen, which is good. So we only need to worry about whether or not a marathon, which is the game, is running, or a tutorial is running. So, yeah. So I think that's really just a matter of making sure. So if we quit the game, I guess if we just can do an if this dot marathon, then we can destruct the marathon. This dot marathon dot destruct. And then if this dot tutorial, like we don't really care, like we don't need to do like a switch case kind of thing where we just handle one case. We might as well just do it for all. If tutorial dot destruct, then destruct the tutorial. Oops. What am I doing here? Okay. So we don't care about stats screens at all. In this case, we're quitting and we're going back to the main menu. So we're going to be doing basically this thing here. Oh. Yeah, and I guess what we'll do, we'll just do this dot marathon equals null, and this dot tutorial equals null. They might, one of them is already going to be null, but you know, we can do it this way. So yeah, then we're hiding the in-game menu and then showing the main menu. And I can get rid of these methods now for show in-game. Or this callback thing. We can get rid of that. I'm trying to think if there's like anything. Yeah, there's no other like way. There's nothing else could be running now. Nothing else could really be running when you have that quit button showing. So we need to do another check here now to also, I guess this if statement here will not be a one-liner. But let's get rid of this stuff now. Actually, I just need one client here. All right, so if we do play, now quit button will take us back to the main menu. That's great. And the tutorial will take us back to the main menu. Awesome. So now we just need to check. We have a property in marathon, right? That's called isPractice. So that would be a matter of I guess actually that would be a matter of our WebSockets wrapper just checking, listening also to that event. Right? Is that a good thing? Oops. Okay, let's think about this quick here. So, oops, application. So if we want to tell the server we need to end the game. Do I need... Where the player is quitting, right? In-game quit button clicked. The client itself, if I click the quit button, I just need to fire off the message to the server that I clicked quit. So I guess our WebSockets wrapper can also just be listening to this event. And then if... Or do we just call a method on... Yeah, I also have this playing property that I need to be careful with here. Oh, and do we also do... Oh, I forgot about that. Okay, I do need to do... If we're in a marathon, I need to call... Okay, we can't just do this. We shouldn't do this. If we're in a marathon, okay, yeah. This is not, what I'm doing here is bad. I'm like duplicating work. So if we're in a marathon, if this dot marathon, else if this dot, I guess we do need to do event emitter dot emit, then we're gonna emit marathon ended and quit to main menu true. And then if we're in a tutorial, then event emitter dot emit tutorial ended. Oops. And that's pretty much all there is to tutorial ended, right? Tutorial ended, yeah. Tutorial destruct, tutorial null, hide in game, hide main, blah, 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 blah. And so that's nice. Because I should not end up really like duplicating work at all by doing this. But now, marathon ended. All right, so what am I doing with marathon ended here? So we're doing the stats end time. That's fine. We're destructing the marathon. We're setting WebSockets wrapper.playing to false. Doesn't really care. If it was already false, then that's fine. We're hiding the in-game menu. If it wasn't quit to main menu, then it shows the stats screen. Else we show main. Okay, so maybe we do something. This dot playing. Do I use this somewhere? Okay, cursor moved. If this, yeah, that's right. Maybe I should have like a method that I call on WebSockets wrapper just to make things like simpler. Yeah, like maybe quit. Maybe I need like a quit game. And then it's a matter of like if this dot playing, then I need to actually send the message to the server. This dot socket dot send the whatever, kill the game. And then this dot playing equals false. Well, actually, that can just get moved up into here. So, yeah, kill the game. and fire off the command if we're playing a competitive game. And I'm probably going to end up getting rid of this .playing thing at some point. But I'm not opposed to just having a method here. Where we set this to false. Yeah, I feel like that's going to be okay. Oh, I need to actually send like a legitimate command here. Quit match. Player quit match. Oh, actually I have an event for that. Do I really want that? Do I really want that? Maybe we'll just comment this out. All right. Okay, so I'll just have this quit game method for right now. Like I feel like since there's only one way to quit the game, I mean, if you refresh the browser, whatever, that already gets handled. But then if you refresh the browser, there's no more state to handle client side because it's gone. So quit game is a method then that will fire from the application. So wherever we're setting WebSockets wrapper to, I guess instead of saying playing false, here we do playing. Yeah, that's just kind of quit game. Yeah, it's just kind of annoying, but where else are we dealing with WebSockets wrapper? Match started. We set practice match. True, false. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this should be fine. It's not. Okay. All right, so that, I think, puts us in a pretty good spot here. So let's refresh some clients. Start a game. So now, we pop some bubbles. Oops. And here, if I quit on this client with this button, this client should now quit, maybe, assuming our server is handling that. It did. It worked. Cool. All right, so the one thing now is we need like a reason to parse, because like if the other player quit, I don't. Well, actually, maybe we should show the stats screen. Well, I guess why not? We could probably go to the stats screen. Because, you know, if you were playing and then your opponent quit, I mean, doesn't mean you don't want to see your stats. You know, and you could see like how long, obviously, you know, you played before the opponent quit. Yeah, I feel like that might be good, but the message we would show instead of time's up would just be yeah, maybe instead of time's up screen, we would have like a new message we could post. We could show like post post game screen or something. Instead of times up screen, we could have post game screen, and then there's like a string message or something that you can pass. And that way we could take some commands directly from the server, like player quit or something else. Connection to server lost or something. That'd be a whole nother thing to handle, and that wouldn't really make a difference at this point, but yeah. All right, I'm gonna probably grab a little snack here quick, probably grab an apple, and then we'll be back in a second here. All right, we're back. Snake Man, what's going on? Crunching a little apple here. Probably really loud and obnoxious. All right. It's just kind of a tiny one. This is definitely one of those. This is definitely one of those like lab created apple variants. I forget what it's called. Tangy something. All right. Procedurally generated apple. Yeah, exactly. Because it's like perfect. It's like a perfect shape, and like the taste of it. You know, it's definitely scientist lab created. Genetically modified. I guess that's why the non-GMO thing comes from. I don't know what O stands for in GMO, but GM is genetically modified, I think. What's wrong with genetically modified? It just tastes great. All right. So I think, what was the one thing we needed to do? We've got if I quit, that's good. Oh, I wanted to maybe create like a better like message thing. So you would see like, oh, opponent quit, and then it would kick you to the stats screen. We still want to show stats, I feel like, if the even if the opponent quits. I mean, you'll see that obviously you didn't have like a full 30 seconds, but I think still showing stats is, you know, okay. So yeah, I kind of have this times up screen object that I created. And it should probably be called something else now, like let's open that quick. Yeah, times up. Oh, I never moved that string to our config file. Never moved the font Arial to our config file either. Okay, so let's, what do we want to do here? Snake Man, what's going on? What have you been, what you been up to? You been streaming at all? Okay. So let's see. How should I do this? Oh, this will be nice. So I pass a callback in the create method for this, but I could just pass like a string or something. So we can just show whatever message we want for that amount of time. And I think, what does this do? Times up dot create. Oh, it does a timer, and then the timer, I think that times up screen gets a timer, and then the timer must have, oh, max duration, yeah, config.times up screen.duration. So maybe I can have another alternate duration for this or something that could say to show the message longer. Or maybe maybe whatever that time is good enough. I don't know how long it's on the screen for. We can find out. Config, times up screen. Oh, it's on screen for a second. So maybe that's enough. So we want to be able to pass like a message text. Oh, that's the text object itself, right? So I guess we could do like a default message for this or something, but we could totally pass in a string here really nice and easily. And then it's just a matter of in wherever we're setting up. Oh, that's not where I want to be. Application. So wherever we're actually firing up the times up screen here, which is only in this one spot, right? Yes, brilliant. So wherever we're firing this up, then we just need to figure out what, maybe I can have another property for marathon ended. Where's the opponent? There's got to be like an opponent quit thing that's firing, because that seemed to work. Or no, wait a minute. The server fires off a match ended event. So that's what's coming through. So there just needs to be like a reason for the match ending, I think. That's what we need. Oops. So yeah, our server could maybe send like some message codes or something. For right now, I'm just gonna like pass a string or something. But once we go to the kind of the real, more appropriate thing, it'll probably just pass like a single byte, you know, to say, here's the message code that we're gonna show. Like, here's the reason why the match ended. Like, either the time ran out, which would be like the normal thing, or the opponent disconnected. Or yeah, I mean, I don't think there'd be any other reason. So pretty much just be a time's up or the opponent disconnected thing. So actually, it could probably just be a Boolean. Yeah, so I think I'm going to rename this class to post-game screen. I think that makes sense. Instead of time's up screen, we'll just call it post-game screen. And then that way we can have any sort of message we want to show. So, you know, if you're playing a single-player game, it'll always show time's up when the game ends. But if you're playing a competitive game and your opponent quits, that way we can show a message that, oh, opponent quit. That's why the game's over. I think that works. So, since I'm crunching my apple and I really only have one hand, I'm kind of yeah, we're going to crunch through, rename all these variables, classes, whatever. Except I only have one hand currently. I'm just going to finish my apple first before we do that. But basically, I think that'll work pretty well. I mean, you know, once we dial in this kind of client-server communication protocol a little more, we'll have a little, you know, once I formalize that a little more, because right now I'm just doing JSON strings and just, you know, that converts out to an object, and then I'm just saying I'm going to use this property of this object or parameter or property of you know, the object that came from the server, whatever. But I'm just kind of like willy-nilly adding those messages that come from the server, or vice versa, going from the client to the server. So yeah, so right now, otherwise, stuff works. If we fire up a competitive game here, and then I'm going to click the X button now. We click X, but then this opponent just showed time's up, and then it spits them out to the stats screen here. So that's kind of okay, but yeah, we just want to have that custom message. Not custom message. It's not really a custom message. It's just a different message. Let me just finish my apple here quick. Yeah. Deliciously genetically modified. The right amount of sweet, the right amount of tart for an apple. This definitely has kind of honey crisp. I forget the name of this apple. Tangy something. It's definitely close to like a Honeycrisp in terms of flavor, but it's like small usually. Honeycrisp are pretty big apples, I think. All right, Honeycrisp are probably like some sort of genetically lab created apple as well. All right, let me throw out my core real quick, and we'll actually get back to typing here. All right. We are back. So, yeah, let's get this all renamed here. So, time's up screen. We're just going to call this post game screen. Post game screen. I like that. This is all fine. This will change, but let's just rename our post game screen. And we'll call this post game screen. And then our config, time's up screen. We'll call it post game screen. Post game screen. And then all of this is fine, but we're going to have like some messages here. We'll have messages. And then that'll be a new object. And then we'll just have default. Or we'll just call it time's up. And then that'll be this string here. Oh, can't do that. That's why. Double quotes. There we go. Time's up, or opponent quit, I guess. Opponent quit. Opponent. Yeah, I guess that's good. That's probably all we're going to really have ever as far as messages go. Post game screen.messages. So then we can just default. We could have like a message. So we could just say message. And then we can just default it to config.postgamescreen.messages. Come on. Dot times up, I guess. That probably makes sense. And then, right? Is that good? Yeah, I think that's good. And then okay, this just needs to change. Okay, that's changing. And that's pretty much it for this file, except for the name of the file itself, which we will rename to post game screen. Oops. Auto update imports. Yes, please. And then the application should be the only thing where we're importing that. So we got postgamescreen.js. So we're going to call this post game screen. And then we will use that here. Post game screen. Time's up screen. Okay, so then this will all just change. And I'm pretty sure that's all we really need. So post game screen dot create. And then this will just be this dot post game screen. Cool. And then we need like, maybe I should have another property coming in through marathon ended. Now, is this the only thing that listens to marathon ended? Let's check. It should be event marathon ended. Application and main menu. Oh, and the main menu one is from client old. Okay. So we should have a, I think the way my listener parameters, properties that go to listeners have, it can only take one property. So if you want to do multiple properties, you have to do an object, which that's fine. So if I want to do quit to main menu as a parameter that comes in and opponent quit, then I need to pass like an actual object like this. I need to do this then. And then quit to main menu, false, and then opponent quit, whoops, equals false as well. So then if opponent quit is true, oh, actually, I guess we'll just pass in opponent quit. Oh, no, not there. And post game screen create, I guess we will pass in opponent quit like that, maybe. We'll just pass a Boolean, and then message will be, oops, message can then be, or this won't be message now. This will just be opponent quit. And then, so this will be opponent quit. And then that'll always be something. And then text is going to equal, if opponent quit is true, then it'll be this, but the other thing, config dot opponent quit, messages dot opponent quit, or messages dot times up. Cool. So we just pass in that Boolean and then pick which message we want in the create. That's nice. And then that's kind of cool, because then the application doesn't need to care about the messages, you know, or whatever, passing a certain message or something. It's just going to pass the Boolean opponent quit, which is basically just forwarding in from this marathon ended event. Now I need to update where I'm triggering marathon ended. Now what happens, little JavaScript thing here quick. If I do a parameter like this, what happens if I don't pass anything? Because I'm like destructuring a parameter. Let's just do a little check. New Quokka.js. Okay. Let's do a function, do something, and then I'm gonna have a name equals blah, age equals 118 by default. So then CLG name age. So if we do, so let's do, it's called do something blank. Oh, we get an exception. Okay. So I think actually I need to do this? Yeah, okay, I need to do that equals and then a blank. Yeah, that's kind of what I remembered. So I need to do, so that way if nothing comes in, because that way, like, so then if we do something and we pass in an object that has name, then we get, yeah, then blah gets overridden and it becomes quir, but then 118 still gets set. But then if we don't do anything, then it's the default. So I have to do the little equals empty object at the end there. Okay, so then we do equals a blank object. Brilliant. Okay. So where are we emitting? Well, okay, all we really care about doing, or wait a minute, no, we need to look at all the emitting. We need to look at where we're emitting. Emit, event. Am I doing this right? Marathon, whoops, marathon ended. Oh, no, emit, and then just a string. Marathon ended. Okay, so where we are emitting that from application, I wish it showed me my line number right here in the search results. Okay, the marathon itself. We only care about quit to main menu when the player, when the quit button is clicked. Yeah, right here. So I guess here we would just pass a quit to main menu true. Yeah, and then opponent quit will be false. So that's the only spot where we care about that. Then our WebSockets wrapper will set opponent quit to true. So where it emits marathon ended, then it's going to pass an object that will be opponent quit, and that will be true. Cool. All right, I think what I just did there is exactly what I wanted. So let's fire up a little game here and test it out, shall we? Okay, so we'll start a competitive game. Actually, before I do that, I just want to test. Hey, it said opponent quit. There we go. Nice. All right, so play. If I click X, we just, oh, yeah, if I click X, we just quit. So I need to let this timer actually run out. Wait a minute. No. This won't, this isn't good. It can't be like this. Yeah, opponent quit needs to still be a Boolean that the server sends in. Because right now I am just taking any time the server throws a game ended, marathon ended event, it's setting opponent quit to true. So that's not good. So here we see time's up. That's great. That's just for single player. And then when we did the competitive mode, right here, there we go. Okay, and then I quit on this guy here. This one says opponent quit. And then we go to the stat screen, which is fine. And this guy just went straight back to the main menu. So that's good, except this opponent quit cannot just be set to true here because the match ended. This can be a match ended. That means, actually, it's kind of like, I could do it kind of either way. I could make this, instead of match ended, I could make the server say opponent quit or opponent disconnected and fire that off instead of, it's kind of like 6 of one, half a dozen of another. Tomato. Potato. Potato. All right. Okay. So, sorry, my chair's like extra squeaky today. Okay, so opponent quit is going to be a Boolean that comes down. I guess we just maybe could say opponent quit. So where on the server? Okay, so our server code is nicely tucked away over here. So where are we sending? Player.send command. How did I do this before? End match, match ended, reason. How does the player actually quit a match again? Oh yeah, I already had an event or a message we could send to the server. Okay, that's what this is, right? So we do socket send quit match. Okay, so then our server is parsing quit match and then throwing this. Player quit. Match.player quit. Okay. So match, player quit, player. Oof, that's kind of annoying. So then we're throwing end match and opponent disconnected. And I guess, yeah, I don't really need to actually. Okay, so that's the reason. This whole reason thing is kind of dumb. Okay. So I don't need to send reason. Okay, so we're sending match ended. So back on the client here, match ended. I guess, what are all the possible reasons that could come in here? Match dot end match. Player quit, end match, opponent disconnected. Let's do a search for end match. End match. So we've got current reason is blah. I never actually changed that. So that's if the timer runs out for the normal game. That's fine, but I'm passing a reason of blah. There's not really a reason to pass a reason anymore. End. Okay, so that's end match. Okay, that's the definition of the function. And then this dot end match opponent disconnected. Where is that? Okay, so that's player quit. And the rest is match old. Okay, so there's not any other thing we're doing to end the match on the server. So I can get rid of the reason code thing or the reason thing. There's not really any reason to have the reason. So we'll just call this a Boolean opponent disconnected, I guess. Opponent disconnected equals false. So then opponent disconnect, whoops, I guess that we'll do end match, and then we'll pass a true here. And then we'll just do this really whatever. We'll just pass that in to the JSON. And okay, opponent disconnected. And then for end match up here, we just can pass nothing. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, yeah. Okay. This dot end match. Cool. And then on the client, so that was the server. Oh, opponent quit. That's what I want to say. Opponent quit, not disconnected. Let's just shorten that down for right now, just to be clear. So whether the opponent disconnects, whatever. I'm just going to call it opponent quit for right now. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So now, just to send less bytes to the client for right now. It'll make me feel warm and fuzzy inside. Match ended. Now opponent quit. Equals message dot opponent quit. Yes. Okay. All right, so that should be fine. So the one thing to test that will be a matter of just letting, well, okay, I'll quit this one first. Opponent quit. Great. And then we need to just let the timer run out here, the 30 seconds. And then we should see that it says time's up properly. Before it would have said opponent quit even when the timer ran out. So now we should have fixed that. So the timer's about to run out and time's up. Okay, I said that on both clients. Brilliant. Exactly what we're looking for. All right. So it's a nice spine crack there. Okay. What do I want to do now? Well, one thing that I noticed is also broken. Like, so let's say if we quit, you'll have to wait for now. Player requested match. Oh, now that works. So whatever we did with the state setting up here, this now works as well. So like we can restart a new game. So like when the match ends on the server, the players get like freed up again so that they can play a game again. Yeah. Cool. So one other thing. Well, now what do I want to actually focus on? I'm not too sure. It'd be cool to maybe have like at least some basic validation on the server side for the actual playing, for the actual competitive mode here. I'm trying to think of what I actually want to tackle with that first. Oh, here we just did two. One thing I need to do is have like a screen for like queuing. Well, I need to have a bunch of things as far as quality of life goes for the multiplayer. Because like right now, this is the button to start multiplayer game. This starts just a single player practice mode. This starts the tutorial, but I just made this be because I already had a button here on screen. Just really easy to actually start a multiplayer game. But what will end up happening is actually this play button will become the multiplayer button. And then this tutorial will probably become practice. And then tutorial button would then be something else. I don't know yet exactly how I want that to look, but something like that. So it'll be like play, practice, and then tutorial, I guess. An explicit tutorial button somewhere else. So let's see here. Huh. Trying to think of what I should actually be focusing on now. It's a tough question. Yeah, the one thing I haven't really thought out too much yet is how I actually want to have, so in a competitive game, how I actually want to have, WebSocket. Oh, we've got a error on here. Yeah, I guess actually server error handling, it needs to be kind of, it needs to be something I focus on. Because right now the server just crashed hard and it's dead. Well, okay, so actually the error that we're getting right now is something that won't actually really ever happen, because that's what happens when, let's say, I refresh, but then like I try to start a game. WebSocket to connection. Oh, actually maybe not. Maybe that's not what that is. Yeah, here we're getting an error. WebSocket is already closing or closed state. Because the server restarted, and then we had this open socket that ended up getting closed when the server died or whatever. But this error here, actually, I'm not sure where that came from. .192.168. Failed. Error in connection establishment. Error connection refused. Yeah, so now socket.send 329 player send command receiver.emit events.js type WebSocket.js. Oh, that's the library. WebSocket.emit events application.js 38. What is line 38? Oh, that was where it tried to send the message to the other player, where the WebSocket was already closed, I guess. Yeah, now I'm trying to think of how exactly I want to test all of that. Or maybe even before we do any send commands, we need to like check, I guess, on the player send command. I'd have to do this .ws . Oh, we don't actually have that. All right, so player requested match. Okay, that was when I requested a match. Player connected. This one's already closed. Oh, player connected. Player requested match. Okay. Actually, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'm probably going to fire up some coffee here too. So I can think a little more about what I want to do. All right, so we'll do a quick little break here, and then we'll be right back. All right. I'm back. Got another pot of coffee brewing. I'm excited for that. All right, so Retro MMO, good job. Hey, thank you, Retro MMO, and thanks for the bits there. I appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. The latest cheer there still shows Retro MMO 100, so that didn't change. It should show like counting up or something. I don't know. I'll have to look at that. Gab. Oi, oi. What's going on, Gab? How you doing? Thanks for hanging out. One thing I just thought about this. One thing maybe we could start doing right now that'd be a little more interesting. Latin accent. Ave Populus. Nice. What is Ave? Because I guess that's like the same Ave Maria kind of thing. The song. Is that a song? Man. One thing I was thinking is maybe we could start working on the command that the server will send back to the clients. So every time every time your opponent pops a bubble, you should get a message saying how many bubbles your opponent has popped now. So, I just thought of another thing. Just thought of another thing too. Ave, it's like salute. Gotcha. Nice. So I guess Ave Populus would be like saluting the people. Something like that. All right, actually, we're done with the post-game screen. We don't need to worry about that right now. We want to look at multiplayer. Cool. Yeah, Gab, I'll give you a little demo of what I got going so far. So we can basically queue to, well, I'll just show again how this works here. So right now I just have the little logo in Populus be the button to queue for multiplayer. So that'll change. That's just temporary for right now. Basically you click this and this player will queue up on the server, and it doesn't show anything. It prints something in the console actually. Then when another player queues, then it finds them, it matches them up, and then it generates some bubbles, and it sends the same bubbles to both players. So like I can, start popping whatever, and then these are all the same bubbles. So, oops. We can see that the bubbles here are the same for both players. So, yeah, that's it so far. And then it's just a matter of, whoever pops the most bubbles is kind of the winner. There's not really, I haven't done any sort of like winner kind of thing yet. Right now, the clients really aren't aware of each other at all, other than we just kind of got our like quitting. It's like if one player quits or closes, it's like if I quit here, now this guy shows opponent quit, and then it kicks this player back to the little stats screen, and then this player went back to the main menu. Or likewise, if a player closes the tab or closes the browser window, then it should quit, and then same thing for the other player, would show opponent quit. If you master a combo pop, popping 10 consecutive bubbles or something without a mistake, you hit the other player with the virtual punch and he loses points. I've thought about like certain things that could make the other players interact. So I'm not 100% sure. I mean, the one thing that I actually wanted to kind of work on right now at this very moment is it'd be nice to show like your performance versus the other player's performance, like relative, like how many bubbles they are ahead of you kind of thing, or like behind you. It's like you kind of see like a relative, like little position thing that would show like your opponent's position over yours or something like that. So you could get an idea if your opponent is like way ahead of you or way behind you or close to you or something like that. So that actually reminded me of one thing right now. So let's test that. Let's do, okay, so we do bubble popped. So on the server here, I've got my server code here on the left and then our client code here on the right. And let's look at the application here. So we are parsing a bubble popped event, player popped bubble. So what we want to do is if we get a valid pop, if we parse that we got a valid pop, we want to send off to the other player that count, that popped count. So there's already an issue with that because, well, I'm not gonna explain that, but oh, whew! All right, I just inhaled really fast and sucked something down the windpipe there. Woo! Excuse me. All right. Okay, my coffee just finished brewing. Super quick, I'm going to grab a cup. Be right back. I'm back. Hang on. Don't go anywhere. All right. Whew. A little out of breath. I just booked it up the stairs there. Okay. Now. Okay, so actually I was looking at the events here, and this bubble popped is not an event anymore. This is old. Retro, I actually like that suggestion. Oh yeah, I didn't finish commenting on Gab's comment there. I thought about something kind of like that a little bit. That's basically my answer. Anytime somebody offers a good gameplay suggestion, I just say like, "Oh yeah, I've already thought about that." Yes, Retro, what you said. What if instead of just losing points, it caused some sort of negative event that made the game harder for the opponent? Yeah, like that would be, or makes them wiggle. Right. Like, Have you ever played Guitar Hero Versus mode? No, I haven't. Does it do something like that? Yep, gotcha. Well, okay, here's one thing that I've been trying to, like, when I'm thinking about gameplay things, like anything. Oh yeah, Retro Memo, good idea. It would be fun to interact with opponents like in Mario Kart if you pop a magic bubble shiny when you earn little boxes of surprise skills. You get a solid streak. You can apply negative effects to the opponent, like more notes have to be played, or a button on the neck is disabled. Oh, that's interesting. My one kind of rule for that would be like for anything that would alter or like negatively impact the player. Actually, no, that could work. Like shaking the screen or something could work. The one thing I would like, though, I keep saying things. You guys keep offering like good suggestions, and I keep like trying to say something, and I'm not. Pop 20 bubbles in a row, delete opponent system 32. Throwing banana to opponent. Actually, a screen wiggling thing could work. I'm not sure if I like something that would harm the other opponent, because I like that the game is very competitive, and you're like how well you play. Like there shouldn't necessarily be something that hampers you playing. Like maybe something like where the screen shakes or something. If you had like a noob versus somebody who's really good, that person who's really good is probably going to play really fast and pop, and I wouldn't want it to be like a barrage of something bad happening to that noob. Because it would. Or the size of the bubbles changes. Yeah. For like 5 seconds. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I really do need to like maybe think harder about, because in my mind I've always like thought, okay, this game is kind of very competitive, right? Like it should be very much even. And like I like the idea of a streak thing. And that would be cool if I went to like a points-based system rather than just straight up bubbles popped. Like maybe you have some sort of base number of points you get for a bubble popped, but then you get like a multiplier that increases or something when you get a streak. So like something like that would be cool. But also that doesn't change anything about how you affect the player. You could have it be an option in the game. Yeah, there could just be like a very dry, like one, or a very like even one-on-one playing. Like anything you do does not affect the other player at all. Like how the hardcore Smash Bros. Players disable items, or like some anime girls pop up in the screen randomly to affect the opponent's focus. Nice. Best suggestion yet. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, You guys got some good suggestions here. Yeah. Yeah, because I feel like with this game, I kind of like it's kind of fun to play, right? But the competitive mode, aside from it being like a one-on-one just race, like the gameplay itself doesn't change. So it's like, why are you playing competitive why are you playing one-on-one if you could just play practice and like have fun? And the reason, I mean, the one reason would be, okay, is to see if I can beat the opponent. And if I do, like my thought is I would use like a ranking system, just kind of like I'm not going to probably have user accounts or anything like that, but just like when you connect to the server, you get like the default rank. And then if you play, you queue, you play people, it tries to match you up maybe with somebody who's got a closer rank. That'd be if anybody played the game, you know, and there was some sort of amount of multiple people playing simultaneously. But if you had, you know, some people play, you have the different rank, right? And you do kind of like an ELO ranking equation, whatever, like with chess or whatever, however the ranking equation works. You know, you beat somebody with a certain higher rank than you, then your rank goes up by a certain amount, that sort of thing. So like that would be kind of cool. And then it would just be kind of like this like daily leaderboard kind of thing all the time. Not really a leaderboard. Well, yeah, I guess you would have a leaderboard because you just have all the players connected currently and all their ranks. If you click on the anime girl by accident, the meme bonk go to horny jail doge appear. I think Gab's got it figured out. So, but yeah, it is kind of a valid point of like, there's not really a difference in this game of playing competitive, playing one-on-one versus just playing on your own. In that, you don't really have a ranking thing. But if you don't really have any effect on your opponent, and it's just whoever pops the most bubbles in 30 seconds, that's not really like that compelling either. Because it's not like chess where I'm actually like everything I do is an interaction with another player. This is like a separate thing. Like you guys are popping, you know, the two players are popping the same bubbles, but it's not really like... So either we've got like a core gameplay issue in that sense, or I need to really kind of come up with something kind of interesting in that, like, when you pop a bubble, every bubble you pop, you somehow are like slightly altering the opponent's thing. The opponent's game. Or maybe it's a matter of like, okay, you've got a certain amount of bubbles and your opponent has a certain amount of bubbles, and the bubbles you pop, you're trying to pop these other bubbles that are not the opponent's, and whoever pops their other person's bubbles first does something, you know? Yeah, I think we just need some fun ways that you and an opponent affect each other's gameplay. Yeah, and that could be also compelling enough too. Doesn't have to be penalties idea if you hate it. Well, I don't necessarily hate it, but I like the idea of like a very, like, I want to make it more like a competitive first-person shooter versus like Mario Kart kind of thing, you know? Like versus like just random power-ups, and like if you're doing worse, you get better power-ups. You know, if you're in last place, you get the blue shell, you know, like it's just the ultimate, like just leveling the game kind of thing. As far as, you know, that like I don't want to go that way. I don't want to go that way towards Mario Kart. I'd rather go more towards like, you know, strict competitive kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. Like Soul Game is like your gym. You earn points and skill when playing solo. With points, you can earn stuff to use against your opponent, and multiplayer is the tournament. Could be something like that. I don't have a plan, Gab, on any sort of like user accounts kind of thing. Like, you know, I don't think, I mean, maybe at some point if there's some sort of interest in the game, Or if not penalty, you can do co-op, like you can boost other players. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you guys definitely have some good suggestions here. And it's something I need to think about more. And I feel like I'm still kind of missing that killer feature about, I mean, like the practice mode is like it's like a game, you know, you see how many you can pop in 30 seconds and like that's a thing and it works by itself. But just having that be the competitive mode as well, but it's more just like whoever pops the most bubbles in that moment. It's not as compelling. If you just let people toggle these options on off, we can be Mario Kart and hardcore FPS. Yeah. Jared offered you a power booster. Yeah. Right. All right. Well, right now I want to at least send the bubbles you pop to the other opponent, to your opponent. I want to have the server do that. Coco Combo Popper. Yeah, we could just have ridiculous names for everything. It would be cool. It would be cool, like, if you could maybe, like, GMO apple power up. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Nailed it. I was right on GMO, right? GMO stands for genetically modified, right? What is O, though? I guess I could just Google it. Or is GMO like MMO, but like great massive online game? All right, I don't know what I was trying to say with that. GMO, ginormously yeah, there you go. That's I think that's what that means. What about this? What if your cursor What if you don't want to, how could that work? What if you could see the opponent's cursor, your opponent's cursor? And like, colorblind mode for 5 seconds. There you go. Well, okay, so not to be all like, well, technically, but Gab, the one thing about that is I don't want a feature that could potentially be disabled by a savvy programmer, such as not myself. Because technically, there's no way for the server to force what colors are being shown. I think being able to see your opponent's screen plus mouse would make this a lot better. Yeah, like, maybe we could just show the opponent's cursor. And then that'd be interesting to just see what that would like look like. You see the other cursor and you mess with him by moving his bubbles. Especially if we were doing the penalties thing. Well, like, you could maybe you get to see your opponent struggle. I should at least do something to show, just like do something just super basic and show the opponent's cursor on screen. Like as a little circle, like maybe a little tiny bubble or a little black dot or something. I'm convinced it is going to be impossible to prevent cheating in this game. Well, what I was saying before was like, Well, yes, but if you... The thing about like a colorblind thing, like that could be something you could just like technically disable almost if you wanted, you know? Because that would just be like a client-side only thing. Like if you shook the screen, you could at least fire that off on the server, and then the server screen would shake as well. And then whenever you send a mouse input, like it would be factoring, like you couldn't just disable, you could still disable the screen shaking on the client. Like let's just say you hacked your browser, you know, the client browser, and you prevented the screen from shaking for yourself, but the server would still move all the bubble positions with that screen shake, you know, like along a sine wave or something. And then your mouse inputs would still be the same. And then, you know, that would be like, I mean, technically maybe you could still get around that even too, but yeah, actually you could kind of offset that as well. But that would make it hard. That would make it more challenging, I guess, to offset. I could write a client that accounts for the shaking and sends the proper mouse inputs while still displaying no shake. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You could get around that. Because you could just take whatever the screen shake is supposed to be from the server and then, you know, because let's say it was random. Let's just say the server actually generated random screen shaking. But really what I'm talking about is the type of cheating Weemy did. Well, okay, so I have to do some sort of rate limiting and all that stuff. But where you just programmatically click the right spot based off of reading the colors. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have some sort of like rate limiting slash just straight up, you know, just preventing somebody from just slamming it, you know. And if you do slam it, then just disconnecting you. Like kind of looking at like, okay, well, did they just send like 8,000 mouse inputs in 1 second? Well, that's probably not realistic. Or they try to send 8,000 mouse inputs in one buffer. I see no way of stopping that, so it makes sense to me not to care about cheat prevention and thinking about when thinking of features and stuff. Yeah. Well, and it's going to be part of like just looking at doing some sort of, you know, CAPTCHA kind of algorithm too on the server a bit to kind of look at, you know, what is real. You know, there will be some part of that, I think. But yeah, cheating will be hard. I mean, cheating's hard in any game, really, you know. Hard to prevent. I remember playing Fruit Ninja on mobile. You had to cut fruits, and from time to time a bomb would appear. Yeah, so like you could have a bomb bubble, right? Like a, you know, a black bubble or something that pops up. Yeah, I'd have to see about what I could potentially do for something like that. Yeah. Something would have to make it go away after a little bit. But, all right, well let's get the bubble pops sent to the opponent. So if one player pops bubbles, let's get the number of bubble pops to the let's get that sent down to the other client. So I have this bubble popped message that comes from the client, and this is no longer used. We don't actually care about that. So we have, what do we have? Cursor down, cursor move. Those are the events we care about coming in from the client now. And we've got, okay, so we've got cursor down and cursor move, and then we've got player cursor moved and player cursor down. So on player cursor down, that's where we are. Wait, pose. How am I not doing something with that position? Message.pose. Player and pose. Wait a minute. Did I really not even do that yet? Seriously? Hang on. Did I really have that much of an oversight already? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No. Okay. Oh. If player.match.bubbles. Oh, okay. Actually, maybe we don't care about that. How do I do it on the client? Cursor down, cursor pose. Yeah, actually, I guess that's all we do. Okay. All right, so I'm trying to think of what I want to do for this. Player cursor down. We're passing in the position, but we're not actually using the position. But we should probably use the position. Right. Okay. Do I want to do a check with this position for when the cursor's down? I don't know. I don't know. Well, let's do. I guess let's just leave this as it is for now. But what we'll do is we will push player.for each match state bubbles. Okay, the new state, the new bubbles. Let's do. Okay, so here is where a player would have popped the new bubble. Player.matchState.target bubble ID. So let's see. If on a new checkpoint, is that this whole if statement? Okay. So maybe at the bottom here, I guess we could just do. We want to do the other player. So I guess we would maybe do players, this dot players dot for each player. Oh, I already got a variable called player. If p dot player that's okay, we want to look at the other player. So it's got to be player dot, what is this, player match ID. Player dot, what is that? Match state dot match player ID, right? Isn't that what that is? Match state player. Okay, where are we at here? P dot match state dot match player ID. If it does not equal the player, this one, player dot match state dot match player ID. Man, this is kind of awful, but p.send command. I guess we'll say, actually, instead of that, I'll rename this other player just to make it kind of more clear for myself. So other player. Then we send the command. Message, I guess we just say something like opponent popped bubble. And then we send player dot, whoops. What is this going to be then? Count, popped count. We'll just say count. And then we'll send the count of the bubbles, the current number of bubbles that the player has popped, the other player has popped. Okay, so other player.send command message, opponent popped bubble, count, player. Match state dot, is that what it's called? Player.matchState.target bubble target bubble ID -1, right? Technically. Now this is actually going to be wrong. Actually going to be wrong. Because right now there's no resetting happening on the server for when you mess up and you go back and have to pop more bubbles. So that needs to be factored in. Opponent popped bubble. Okay, so now on the client, let's look at that. So we'll go to, whoops, here. So we're going to do case, opponent, popped bubble, or wait a minute here. What was that called? Is that what it is? Message, opponent popped bubble. Yes. And then we're kind of console.log. We're going to pass the message.count. So we'll already see that this is wrong. Or as long as the other player doesn't make mistakes, we'll see that this is wrong. So let's queue for a game. So now on this client here, as I pop bubbles, we'll see the count of bubbles that have been popped. So 0. Oh. Actually, no. I think I do need to pass just the okay, that is the ID of the bubble that was just popped is actually what I'm doing there. So not the -1. We'll do not the -1. All right, so then on the client, we'll see, on the other player, we'll see 1. So our opponent has popped 1 bubble up here, 2, so popped 2 bubbles. But now this is the problem. I've gone back, and the server doesn't factor in the resetting yet. So now if I do this again, oh, actually, that's right. That doesn't matter. Yeah, that does work then. 3, 2, 4, whatever. So we're just seeing, you know, those pops happening. So that's how many pops our opponent has, how many bubbles our opponent has popped. Okay. All right. Whoops. I'm going to grab some more coffee real quick. So we'll be right back. 1 second. All right. Whoa. Dave Churchill is rating with a party of 43. Wow. Thank you, Dave Churchill. Appreciate that. I'm rating with my C++ game programming class. Awesome. Awesome. We're making a 2D game engine. Sweet. I should be tuning in. I've definitely seen your name, Dave, on my suggested streams before. Well, I'm making a game in JavaScript. Dave, I got to go eat lunch. Hey, that sounds great. Hope you have a great lunch. Thank you very much for the raid. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. I'm a little blown away. Never been raided by 43 people. Went to get coffee as I clicked raid. Nice. Nice. Retro MMO, thanks for throwing the game in there. Yeah, I'm working on for everybody for all of Dave's crew there. I got a game that I'm working on. It's called Populus. You can kind of see it right here. You can actually play it. You can play the test version right now. I'm working on multiplayer currently. But right now, if you go to populus.gg, Retro MMO graciously threw the link down in there. If you go to populus.gg, you can try the game out right now. It looks actually exactly like this right now. This is my development version, but if you go there, you can play. There's a little tutorial. Are you sure you're going to be able to use that name? Literally very popular old game called Populus. Populus with O-U-S. Really? That's interesting. I haven't been familiar with it. I didn't think of too hard about the name. That's interesting. I'll have to check that out. But this is just a very basic little game here. I'll give you a quick demo. So if you play, basically you've got these bubbles here, random colors, and then you're trying to pop by or in order that they appear here. So the big purple one first is the idea. So then as I pop that, these will keep sliding. So to pop a bubble, you either click or you press spacebar on the bubble. So then the idea is you just kind of go fast. You're just kind of trying to whip through here, and you got 30 seconds to try to pop as many as you can. And then after the 30 seconds, you get your little stats at the end. So that's basically all there is right now. Yeah. RM Leto, I suck. Hey, no worries. No worries, RM Leto. Dave, cool. Thanks, Dave. I appreciate it. So I should actually tune into your stream a little bit maybe, because I kind of am... I'm doing this. This is a browser game, right? So this is all in JavaScript, and I went to 127.0.0.1 :8082. I can't see the game. Sorry. Did you check your? You got to check your router settings. I don't know what I was trying to say there. Must be bugged. Yeah. 127.0.0.1. I can reach it. Oh, I found the enable populus setting. Oh, there you go. Nice. Yeah, so that's pretty much it right now. I'm working on multiplayer, so kind of a competitive mode. And just before you guys raided, we were actually just chatting a little bit about different multiplayer-ish features, because as of right now, I don't really have kind of developing the gameplay and the game simultaneously. I like kind of designing games and programming games, so that to me is kind of the fun stuff. But I started to say before, I was like, oh, Dave, I should tune into your streams, because I eventually want to start doing some C++ stuff. Well, I am kind of doing some stuff, but haven't really started building a game yet. But all my lectures are on YouTube. Nice. I'll check it out. Check it out for sure. I'm a big fan of like a Handmade Hero. I'd imagine you're familiar with. So I kind of watch Casey Muratori kind of stuff when I can. Awesome. Yeah, I'll check that out for sure, Dave. Networking part sounds interesting. Our course has a final project, and part of our plan is to do a networked multiplayer co-op mode. Nice. Good deal. Yeah, I'll do a quick demo of what I've got for the multiplayer so far. So basically, I've got just this little red circle here for the logo is actually a button that I just used for graphics. And for my development version here, I'm doing I just have this as the button to queue for multiplayer. So basically the server is just generating the same bubbles that go to both players. So like as one player's popping bubbles, it's actually right now sending the other player the bubbles that they're popping. So it's kind of right where I left off, right before you so graciously rated me, Dave. But yeah, my thought is it's kind of more of like a one-on-one kind of pretty competitive kind of mode, but I'm thinking it's not super compelling right now. Like in that way, it's not super compelling, like to just see how many players, whoever can pop the most bubbles in 30 seconds. Like even though you are popping the same bubbles, it's just not that. There's not really any interaction between the two players, the one-on-one players of it. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Yeah, so I'm trying to come up with some other cool gameplay ideas and try to figure out maybe what I want to do. One thing I wanted to try doing, just for kicks, and it's not. Because we were talking about, well, before you raided Dave. Dave, I'm out. Have a fun stream. Hey, thanks again for the raid, Dave. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, have a good lunch. Hope you get a nice sandwich or something like that. Hot Pocket, maybe? I don't know. Oh, Retro's stepping it up. Thank you, Retro. Yeah, I got a Discord server. Retro just banged the Discord server in there. So yeah, my Discord server, I just set it up maybe a month or two ago. So it hasn't been running for very long. I don't really have a lot of people in there, but trying to do updates and keep people updated on this game and anything else I'm working on. So NPLOL. Zinc Z38. Maybe the faster one player pops the bubbles smaller, your opponent's bubbles get, and vice versa. Tinwee123 is now following. Hey, Tinway. We'll go with Tinway maybe. I appreciate the follow, Tinway. Thank you very much. Zinc, that's an idea. That's an idea. And we were kind of bouncing around that a little bit. Smart person. Me? Smart? No. Surely you must be joking. Right, Retro, right. Strongly feel there needs to be some sort of way the players can interact. Yes. So I was thinking maybe of doing sending like the other player's cursor and like maybe playing around with Like, how could you interact with the other player's cursor, like where they are in the game? I have one question about your game, Tinway. How about the Daltonists? I have no idea what the Daltonists is. Sorry. If you could, I could perhaps answer that further. If I knew what you meant. All right. Leto. Venn diagram mode with points. Oh, Daltonism. I can't see properly the colors. Hang on. Leto Venn diagram mode with a point system where popping the bubbles in the intersection between two player boards awards more points. That's an interesting idea. That actually is a pretty interesting idea there. Zinc, maybe as you build, score their attacks you could send, such as mines, shrink, opponent's field of play. Yeah. Those are some good suggestions there. For Tinway there, like color blindedness is something I have yet to look into, but a lot of people have mentioned that. By a lot, I mean like 5. I saw in some games they were making some special filters. Yes, that's kind of what I want to do the little research on. Like I imagine there's some equations or whatever to say, oh, for this type of color blindedness, you should make these blue color. You know, you should maybe there's like a simple little equation or something that I can just like pipe all my RGB colors through, kind of thing. Maybe it's that simple. If it's not that simple, there are 3 types. If I'm correct. Yeah, I've seen it in some games where you can go in, to the options and like change whatever the different types are. RM Leto is now following. Thank you, RM Leto. I really appreciate that. Yeah, and thanks again, Dave. Man, really appreciate that. I mean, I know he's peaced out and is enjoying some lunch, but yeah, I really appreciate that follow or that raid. That's what I meant to say. Yeah, so for right now, I am. He's here in spirit. Yeah. I hope he's getting himself a good sandwich, or I don't know. I could kind of go for that. I keep saying sandwich because I kind of could go for a sandwich right now. I could use some lunch, but I'm not gonna take a lunch break yet. One of the coolest profs I've ever had. Nice. Yeah, I've seen his name on Twitch, on my sidebar on Twitch a bunch, but I've never actually clicked. That I know of. I don't think I've clicked the name, but it's a familiar name now. It's a standout name, Dave Churchill. Retro. So his stream is a college course or just a stream, something standalone he created? That's a good question. It sounds like it's pretty official in terms of college. It's a 4th-year computer science course at Memorial University of Newfoundland. It's a university course. He is here in NL. Nice. Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. Oops. All right. So right now what I just did was I started at least I created a new little message to send from our server to our clients, or to send to the other player. So when one player pops a bubble, you can see, and obviously this is really tiny print, and I don't know if there's anything I can do about that. But as I start popping some bubbles here, Well, notice I got some numbers here on our other client that are showing the number of bubbles popped so far by the other player. So you can kind of see right now how many bubbles your opponent has popped. And my goal with that is to kind of show, you'll have some sort of like little meter or some sort of little bar where it'll kind of show like your opponent's popped amount of bubbles relative to your own. It's like if your opponent's 5 bubbles ahead of you, you know, they might be like down or something. Like they might have a little indicator showing that they're ahead of you, and then like that lead is growing like as they pop more bubbles. And I haven't figured out like I haven't even thought about like what the scale of that should be. Like a tug of war. Actually, that's interesting. It's not exactly a tug of war because right now it's just a matter of who pops more bubbles in. It's a matter of who pops more bubbles in 30 seconds right now. So it's just like whoever's ahead. But that tug of war thing is kind of an interesting concept. Gab, 25 people. Yeah, I guess you might have stepped out for a bit there. Got raided while I was grabbing some more coffee. So, got raided by Dave Churchill. So, big thanks to Dave again. I'm humbled. Very, very much so. You could visualize the current gameplay as a tug of war. Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Because it would just be like however far you're leaning is just a matter of who's ahead, right? Have a meter leaning toward who is ahead. Right. And it's all kind of a relative thing too, because it's how many bubbles you could pop in 30 seconds. So for somebody that might be like, I don't know, me at my fastest, I've done like 80 bubbles, 82 bubbles maybe. But like when a lot of people start out, they do like 1 pop a second. So they do like 30 pops in 30 seconds. So it's like that's a huge relative gap. Well, yeah. I don't know what I'm trying to say. But basically, we are currently getting a call. Don't care. Want to become famous? Yes. Please. Yes, please. All right. We are already famous after the raid. Yes. Yeah, for sure. 20 people, 20 viewers right now? I can't even. I'm just sweating. Do I have pit sweat right now? Is it bad? I don't know. Can't really tell. When Populus will have its own pro competition, pro gamers will get master race mouse specs to win. Yeah, you're exactly right. Actually, that's a funny thing we were just talking about yesterday. We are all watching you. The pressure is on, yeah. That's the funny thing we were talking about yesterday, because like the request animation frame API in the browser does like one mouse. It gives you like one mouse update per frame. Like, or it takes like one mouse, and I don't know how the browsers do it, and it might be different for browser to browser. I don't know what the official spec is, or it's what it officially is supposed to be. But like on Chrome, when you open the console, like, so I have a 1000 hertz mouse, and I've got a 120 hertz screen. So, request animation frame is running, and in the browser runs, basically lets me just draw a frame in sync with my refresh rate, right, or with the browser window. So it works at 120, which is nice. But then it only gives me one mouse update So like, despite however many messages my mouse is sending and the operating system and blah, 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 I'm only getting one update per frame. But then if I open the console in Chrome, then it gives me my full 1000. So it's like something in here is actually now either getting around or disabling or whatever. So then I actually get a full-blown 1000 hertz messages, 1000 messages in the browser. The browser is actually parsing that many. And you can actually visualize the effects of that. I don't know how well that would show up on, well, I'm not going to try to. Is your update logic inside of the request animation frame loop? Yes, it is. Yes, sir. Yeah, basically that's my that's my tick. I do interpolate between mouse inputs. And that's not so important now, but I had that set up because originally the game, I'd recommend splitting it into 2 loops. How do you render loop with request animation frame and update loop with set interval? And then are you saying so that way I can limit frame rates or something like that? I mean, the thing is I kind of like how request animation frame just automatically hits the frame rate. What is your reason for that, Retro? Just curious. Oof, I'm getting a little warm. Like I said, I got pit sweat going on here. I don't know. All right. My personal reason for doing that is request animation frame does not execute when you have a different tab open. Yes, that's a good point. That's a really good point. And that's something that's on my to-do list. So, yes, I'm not exactly sure how I want to handle that yet. And maybe I will do something like you're saying, split into the separate thing. Yeah, we'll see. Woo. We will see what I end up wanting to go with for that. Yeah, because that's actually kind of a little bit of an issue. I mean, like the game will still, for example, we let the game play, but then if I open a new tab and then flip back, was that right? Time's up. 30 seconds. Yeah, it did 30 seconds, but it paused, right? Did it pause? Did it actually pause when I did that? I don't know. Yes, but yeah, I will get to something like that at some point. Retro. I mean, in your case, oh yeah, and by the way, you viewers, you should check out Retro MMO. He's building an MMO from scratch. Check out his stream. What I was going to say is that's one thing that's building a GMO from scratch. Yeah, that's right. Genetically modified multiplayer something. What was I gonna say? Oh, well, the one thing that I think is kind of not that big of a deal at least for right now, is because the gameplay is very much like while you've got the game open, like you're playing it, you know, like while you're letting the time tick down, like the idea is you be playing it. So I don't really have too much direct, like in your case, Retro, you know, you've got a game that's always running. Like once you log in and start playing, it's like it's always running, right? So if you switch to a tab to do something else, like your game's still running because it's just there. But you wouldn't really be interacting too much outside of, you know, like if you're idle at the stat screen here, you might go and do something else. But then once you're actually like in the game where like the timing and everything of that matters, then that's a little more. That's why I kind of like pushed off dealing with that, the request animation frame issue. And, or at least that's the excuse that I'm coming up with right now off the top of my head of why I'm avoiding that. I'm out of coffee again. All right. So the problem I had was switching tabs during battle animations. I was like, YTF, am I randomly missing updates? Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I guess it took me so long to realize it just doesn't execute the code. Yeah, I gotcha. Right. Yes. Yeah, and I think I don't know why this is happening, but like, so if we let this run, and then if I switch tabs, let's just let it get like maybe, okay, so we're at like 15 seconds now. Let's just let it get a little further. So now if I switch and we just let this run for, you know, we do something else for a few seconds. Okay, it would have clearly ended by now. Now, as soon as I go back, it already goes, kind of picks back up to time's up. So like the timer, the way my timers work is it like sees that the frame time from that one frame to the next frame is like a huge amount of time. Like, you know, normally I'm at like 8.3 millisecond frame times with 120 hertz. But then I went to a new tab, so like that time, it's like our game's like frozen in time, and then you switch back to that tab, and then all of a sudden we get a frame time of like whatever, 10 seconds, and then it expires the timer, and then it still like ends the game right away. So yeah, I don't know. And the other thing in my case too, I think I kind of have a little bit of a way around that because I queue up messages from the server and inputs. So like the server messages would still load up. So for example, like let's not, hang on, let's go to our client code here. Comment out this message. Okay, so on the, what am I doing here? Okay, on the website, okay, so on our WebSockets wrapper, incoming message queue, draw finish. Okay, so if I could console log. Actually, you know what? Never mind. I'm not even gonna do it. But basically, like my messages from the server would still queue up in the background despite using whatever, and then they would all unload and get processed. So like even if you switch tabs, the server messages would still queue up, and then if you switch back to the tab, then they would all like fire off. I don't know. Yeah. But whatever. Not too worried about it right now. One thing, let's okay, let's fix the thing with, right now the popped bubbles are not resetting if we crash on the server. So right now, like, I'm popping bubbles. Oh, I removed that message. Hang on, I want that message back now. Okay. All right, so let's refresh these bad boys here. Queue up for a game. There we go. So as we're popping bubbles on one client, the other client is showing how many bubbles popped that player has, right? But if I make a mistake or whatever, and I go back and I have to pop more bubbles, the server actually isn't factoring that in yet because we haven't really added that in yet. So we need to have, the server needs to know, like, when the player makes a mistake, you go back. So for those of you who don't know, if I'm playing a game and then I make a mistake, I have to go back to the beginning of whatever a checkpoint is. So like I pop pink and maroon bubble there, and those bubbles come back if I make a mistake and I have to start over again. So basically every 4 bubbles you pop is a checkpoint. So until I pop now this ugly green color here, then I go to a new checkpoint, and now I'm safe. Like if I mess up now, nothing changes. So I'll start a game here again. So worst case, I have to redo 3 bubbles if I haven't popped that 4th bubble to go to the new checkpoint yet. So you can always see the bubbles that'll come back if you screw up. If you make a mistake, those are the bubbles that'll come back up at the top there. So those bubbles go away after I pop a 4th bubble. You'll see those 3 little bubbles up there kind of slide right off the screen. But basically the server doesn't know, is not factoring in the checkpoints right now. So that's just happening on the client. So I pop 3 bubbles there, but if I mess up, the server doesn't like undo that yet. So what I want to do is actually copy the logic I already have running on the client. So I'm going to look at my gameplay object here, and I've got an event for cursor drag stopped. That's the name of my event. It's not a very good name, but nonetheless, kind of is the event, because the name kind of got grandfathered in from like my other previous kind of game mode that I was working on. Yeah, basically cursor drag stopped event gets fired anytime we see that little red blinking thing. That means you made a mistake. And usually that's, well, not usually. Every time that happens, that's firing from a cursor drag stopped event. So if I pop the wrong bubble, so if, I'm supposed to pop green, but I pop blue, that was a mistake, and we get the little red thing. If I'm supposed to pop green, but I miss, that's a mistake. Cursor drag stopped event fires, we go back. So the logic that's happening, well, okay. The server and the client states are a little different. So I can't really have things work the same exact way. Oops. Okay, so on basically my server code is here on the left side and my client code is here on the right side. Is that right? Left? This is the left side, right? Left, right? Oh yeah, I just realized maybe you can't even see my cursor when it's, I don't know. All right. So the server code can't directly follow the client. It's basically, I built this game like the client first. So like the practice mode that you could play right now today on populus.gg. If you play that right now, that's just existing in the client. So like all that gameplay logic and everything's just happening right in the browser with JavaScript. There's no server handling any requests or anything from. I mean, there's a web server that serves you the web page, but it's basically just a static web page that goes to your browser. So the way the client works and the way the server works is different, just in terms of like their architecture. The client's more complicated to kind of manage all the different graphical things and everything that happens on screen. The server is kind of just much more bare bones and simple. So it's not a simple thing of like just firing off an event that says the player made a mistake, which is basically what this thing is. And I could change this name of cursor drag stop actually, like player made a mistake, player mistook something, player mistaked. I'm trying to name all my events with ed on the end to say like this thing just happened in the past. But here's another event name that doesn't actually do that, cursor down. Anyway, the cursor drag stopped event. Oh, wait a minute here. Wait a minute. Actually, target, but oh, okay. That's all I need to do. So that's nice. So we always are going back to the previous checkpoint. So I probably should start storing the checkpoint the player's current checkpoint. Should I do that? Maybe not right now. Maybe I don't need to worry about that. So what we want to do is I need to figure out all the cases where this might happen, where I might make a mistake. So those three cases, like I said, are you pop the wrong bubble, you pop dead space, you pop no bubbles, or you crash into the boundary circle. So again, I pop green, I'm supposed to pop this one, but I pop blue. That's a mistake. I pop green and then I crash into the boundary. My mouse goes outside of this boundary circle. Mistake. I just pop dead space. Mistake. So there's three cases there. So two of those cases are fired off by cursor down events, or initially triggered by when the cursor is down. So when you try to pop a bubble, you pop the wrong bubble or pop dead space. And basically we're checking that in this player cursor down method here. And I'm doing, okay, what are we doing here? We're looping over all the bubbles to see which bubble is currently traversed by the mouse cursor. So in here, how do I handle this on the client actually? How do we do it? Cursor down. Oh, there we go. Okay, so that's got to be where this is. So this, okay, so this is firing if we're outside of, or no, never mind. Okay, so this is handling the wrong bubble being popped. So how do I do that? Okay, cursor drag stopped. This should be wrong bubble popped. And then down here, these loops, or this code here, kind of more or less on the server, kind of more or less matches what's on the client. So we kind of have this thing here, wrong bubble popped is my wrong bubble popped thing here. And down all the way at the bottom, am I right here? If cursor is in play, or if the cursor's not in play, oh, then we don't do anything. Right. Cursor moved. Where am I keeping track of if the cursor is in play or not? Cursor out of play. I guess we're not keeping track of the player state. We're not keeping track of the cursor being out of bounds on the server. So, in other words, once you go outside of this, on the client, there's a little Boolean that's just saying cursor's out of play. So that, like, for example, the mouse trail here is showing up there, but when I go out, the mouse trail's gone, right? And the server is actually, in fact, I used to have a message. Oh, in fact, I do have a message. But wait a minute. Yeah, okay, so what we should do is basically in this player cursor moved, we're doing a little check if our cursor's inside the boundary circle or not. And then if it isn't, if it's not, then we are firing an event cursor out of play. And we don't actually need to be we're firing this event every time, which is kind of dumb. We don't need to do that. Or sorry, not an event, but we're sending that message back to the client that the cursor's out of play. So like if I play a competitive mode, a competitive match here, a one-on-one, if we do that, then when you're outside of the boundary there, and it's kind of hard to see probably, but these are going ham here. Every time we move the mouse, the server's responding with a message saying, oh, the cursor's out of play. And we don't really need that. We don't need that because we just need that. We just need like a flag. So when the flag's set, then anytime the cursor moves outside of the boundary, we don't need to fire a message every time. So, yeah, so we've got a player state object. So let's add that into player match state. We've got match player ID, bubble states, target bubble ID. Okay, and we should have a new little property on here called cursor out of play. Cursor, or we'll say cursor in play. How about that? And what should we default that to? True? No. False. False, false, false. Okay, so we've got our cursor in play property now of our state object. So what we could do is then just be checking. So that defaulted to true, right? Did I default it to true or false? No, false. We did false. How come I can't remember? Did I close that file that I just wanted? Why did I close that? Okay. Cursor in play defaults to false, right? Because if it defaulted to true and then if it started as true and then you moved your mouse out here, or like your mouse all of a sudden started out here, then that would trigger like, oh, that was a mistake. Because the cursor was, if it defaulted to true and then you move out here, you're false immediately. So that's that would trigger a mistake, which we don't want. Now, that makes me think, what am I doing on the client for that? That's a very good question. Because that same kind of problem should, in theory, exist. Cursor in play, we're defaulting to false. Wow. I really thought ahead on that one. Brilliant. Okay. All right, so what were we doing? Okay. So now on cursor, okay, so in our cursor moved method here, we basically have a check for if we didn't hit the circle. So for, this is if we're out of bounds, right? If we're not, if our cursor's not inside of the boundary circle, right? Then we fire cursor out of play. But we need to do, maybe we don't want to send a cursor out of play message every time. That's kind of dumb. We want to send, okay, so if we hit the circle, if we didn't hit the circle, but if we already knew we were not in the circle, right? So if player dot, oh my goodness, all right. I don't have any help. I know what Retro MMO is saying. Should have just used TypeScript. I know what Dave Churchill's crew is saying. Why aren't you doing this in C or C++? Come on, guys, go easy on me, all right? Okay. Player dot, oh man, I can never remember what the name of this thing is. And again, I can hear it. Should have used TypeScript. Should have used C. Should have used C++. Should have used anything but JavaScript. What am I looking for here? Player match state. And then it's player match state dot cursor in play. Match. Player dot player dot player match state. No. Dot match state. Yeah, what am I thinking? Yeah, match state. Okay, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Player dot match state dot cursor in play. True, false. Okay, so if the cursor is in play, why do I have a semicolon there? Then send command cursor out of play. Yeah, I guess we can leave our return down here because we don't. This down here is parsing all the bubbles then. But if we know our cursor's out of play, then we don't need to parse for each bubble, checking the traversal of our cursor over each bubble because we already know we're out of play. Should have just used TypeScript. I told you. Told you that's what Retro was thinking. Or I guess maybe I could have used, well, no, never mind. That doesn't actually. If I did like proper JS doc or something, then maybe I would have like legitimate things, but I don't know. This game's not mega complicated, so not having TypeScript, not having some sort of static type checking can only cause me so much headache, you know? So much manageable headache. Okay. Player.send command. Okay, what am I doing here then? I need to have. Okay, well, we set the Boolean then. We changed this. So if cursor was in play, cursor is no longer in play because we're out. Obviously, we just checked that we were outside of the boundary there. So that equals false now. So if cursor was in play, then we're false. But else, I guess. Okay, so then I guess we can just come in down here and say match state dot cursor in play equals true, and then we can just start parsing for bubble things. Nah, I don't criticize streamers' tech stacks. I know how annoying it can be. OMG, Frulu, that guy last night, the superset argument, I got a little heated. Nice. Hey, Frulu. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it, Frulu. A superset, like you guys are talking about TypeScript being a superset of JavaScript or something. Not to bring up old wounds or raw wounds. Is that what I'm trying to? I try to use all these clever phrases and everything. It usually falls flat. All right, actually now we can check. I set up this ugly looking thing here inside of our method. And now we can see, we can test So now if I go outside of the cursor, or outside of the play area here, our console should log a thing, whatever. Server said the cursor's out of play. Cool. And then if I come back in and then go back out, server said the cursor's out of play. Come back in, back out. Nice. Now we got kind of a little like actual toggle thing. So the server's only sending that message once per going out of bounds. Some guy joined in and started telling me about how there's no point in using TypeScript because WASM exists, and I made the joke, at least I'm not using JS. He proceeded to argue about how JS and TS are literally the same language. They aren't. TypeScript is its own programming language, is a superset of JS. Yeah, right. I got you. Yeah. That kind of sucks, I guess, dealing with. Wait, was Frulu the guy? I'm just kidding. Isn't my life so hard? Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, people are always going to want to sit there and blah, blah, blah about all their favorite things and why this thing's better than that. That's life. That's life. That's all of life, isn't it? You know? When I was eating my apple before, my tangy super tang, whatever the name of that apple was, I'm sure I was getting judged really hard because it's like, I'm pretty sure this is genetically modified. Like it's a delicious apple, literally like perfectly spherical shaped apple, tasted delicious. And I'm like, I bet you this was made in the lab, you know, like designed, just strands of DNA for that apple, just whatever they do to just produce this perfect apple. And I'm sure it's just getting judged super hard by you guys on like, man, he's eating what is this? There's people that come in and try to convince you made a horrible decision by not using Unity or Godot instead of a custom engine. Oh, yeah. At least we don't use engines. And I think I could say that nicely because I assume everybody from Dave Churchill's thing is a from scratch purist. C++, right? So, yes, no engines. No, I'm just kidding. From scratch gang. Ugh, yes. Yes. Indeed. Engines equal just as bad as GMOs. Yep. Need it all natural. Yeah. I don't know. That apple was delicious, though. Super tang. It was something like that. Sweet tang. Tang sweet. And it really was. It was the perfect amount of sweet and tanginess that you'd want in an apple. Not mushy at all. Super crisp. Man. It was like a mini Honey Crisp, if you're familiar with Honey Crisp apples. Those are probably the best, but they're always so expensive. I always wait till they're on sale, you know. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I'm kind of on, I mean, as far as like making your game, making your program, whatever, like do whatever you want, you know, have fun. If you're learning, you know, you got to learn with something, you got to whatever, you know, I mean, like whatever it takes to just, in the game sense, I'm all for like whatever it takes for somebody to make a cool game, like do whatever, you know. And like, there's not really a reason to, I mean, there's reasons in good places where you can argue about what thing's better than the other, because, you know. But I don't know. And I mean, I sit on the side of the fence where it's like, I'd like to, I'm a proponent for like saying, let's do something from scratch, you know. I mean, that's fun. It's fun. It's fun to like be in control of every aspect of the game, you know. And I mean, I'm doing this in the browser, so I'm not rendering. I'm not drawing every pixel. I can feel the judgment from Dave's crowd right now. Actually, I have no idea what they're doing. They're doing a 2D engine, so I assume they're doing, you know, all the cool alpha blending and everything and all that stuff. So that's probably, that's fun. Now I want to get to be doing some stuff like that at some point. I very much so believe you. You should just use the tech you are comfortable with. Yeah, right. Yeah, and like it'll, you know, your taste will evolve too as you like, if you're learning or something and you're getting more, because I consider myself on this, you know, like I'm pretty good with JavaScript, I like to think, but as far as like, you know, I'm learning, I'm trying to branch out a little bit now and do, you know, some stuff in C and whatever, and I like kind of learning new things all the time and trying to figure out, you know, new ways, new things to do, whatever. I don't know. You guys aren't here to hear me blab about GMO apples and stuff and GMO engines. Okay, so we have a really nice little thing here where, oh, never mind, not in that case. When we do an actual competitive game here, the server is telling us whenever our cursor is out of bounds. So that's good. So now we've got the, well, okay, we're not quite all the way there, but we need to be making sure we're resetting our state now. Basically our target bubble ID, we're resetting that back to whatever the, you know, so like if I pop green and then I crash, green comes back. So my target bubble is green again. It went from this green back to the other green. That makes a lot of sense. Frula, I learned a ton making stuff from scratch. Helps me understand why libraries and frameworks do things how they do. I'm here for all of it. Oh, Retro's here for the apples and stuff too. Thanks, Retro. I really appreciate that. Frulu, right? Yeah, I mean, like it's well, and I think it's fun to like. I think it's a ton of fun to just like solve problems yourself, right? Like, you know, like draw a circle, like on a thing, like, and just writing an algorithm to draw a circle. And like, if you just Google like what's the most efficient circle drawing algorithm. And when I mean draw a circle, I'm talking like, you know, shade like a bitmap of a circle or something, right? You know, like if you look up the most efficient algorithm, like, yeah, that's the quickest thing and like the best thing, but isn't it fun just like sitting down and trying to like work that out yourself? Or like draw on a piece of paper and like say, okay, I need to like do this pixel. I need to like do a test like at the radius or something, like hypotenuse squared xy plus or minus something. All that was just made up math. But I don't know, that's like that's a lot of fun for me. So like, I don't know, building something just kind of and like really being in control of like all those little aspects of it is a lot of fun. And I'm not drawing my own circles in this game. There is a function for that. Well, it's a couple of functions in JavaScript, in the canvas, in the HTML5 canvas, 2D context. There's some ways to do it. But figuring out how to draw your own circle is kind of a fun thing too. And fill in the blank. Like, it doesn't have to be drawing a circle. Drawing, I don't know, doing the math to like do your own little isometric grid thing in 2D. Like, that's cool. That's cool. I did that once. You just kind of, just working that stuff out is a lot of fun. And it's way more fun than like Googling something and then just like trying to like hack it into whatever you're doing. I don't know. For me personally, that's fun. For someone else, obviously, that's not that fun. And like, yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm kind of a proponent for like doing things from scratch, but that's not the answer for everyone either. Like if you're like, oh, you know, if somebody were to ask me like, oh, Jared, show me what you've done to like make a game, or teach me how you're making games or something, or whatever, you know, I might show, you know, I'd like to say like, oh yeah, it's cool to like figure this stuff out on your own and kind of like go, but you know, using an engine might be the right answer for you, you know, like if you're have an awesome game design idea, but you're obviously not a programmer. You know, I mean, but if you, I'm just, you know, I just want to see like cool games being made, you know, no matter what. All right. Okay, so what are we even doing here? But seriously though, Retro, why are you using TypeScript when WASM exists? Just kidding. Okay, so we need to. We're part of the way here with what we wanted with resetting the player state. So we've got a couple of. Okay, actually, I'm gonna do a quick bathroom break and refresh my coffee. Maybe I'll get rated again by another 30 people. That would be awesome, but it's not up to me. So don't go anywhere. Be right back. Quick little potty break. Quick little coffee refill. Should just be back in about 30 minutes or so. Just kidding. Not 30 minutes. Not 30 minutes. Like 2. So we'll be right back, folks. Don't go anywhere. Unless you're obligated to. I have no say in that. Whew. All right. I'm back. All right, it's just decaf coffee. It's not regular right now. It's 2:03 p.m. right now. Wouldn't have regular coffee at this point. Okay. So, what are we at? What are we doing here? So on my cursor, my player cursor moved a method on the server. So I have to somehow I'm gonna need to create like a new method maybe here that's gonna like reset the player target bubble or something like that. Okay, actually no, that would be in here. So reset cursor, reset target bubble. And then wrong bubble popped, reset target bubble. Retro 2 p.m. Time to switch to alcohol. I already did in a little bit in there. I'm just kidding. Populus got it. Yeah. Why not have both? With the power of Kahlua. Yeah. All right. So in this else case, this else case here, we've got a, this should be where we have the wrong bubble was popped, right? Because if we go to the top of this if statement here, which is right here, if I equals player.matchstate.target bubble ID. So this would be this inside of this, we're looping for each bubble. That's what our for loop is here. Then if the bubble that the bubble that we're currently looping over is currently traversed by the cursor and by the player's cursor, and if the player, if the bubble is not popped already, then the player has popped a bubble. And then here, this inside if is if the bubble is the current target bubble, the correct bubble. So else here is the wrong bubble was popped, basically. Yes, that's good. So we need to reset target bubble. We need to reset target bubble in this case where the player goes outside of the boundary. And then we need to reset the target bubble down at the very bottom of this, right? Do I have this right? No, wait a minute. Return. Okay, hang on. I got to figure out why. Okay, so for each bubble. Oh, if we looped. Yeah. Okay. Cursor down. If we get outside of the for loop. Yeah, if we go outside of the for loop, then the player has tried to pop something. Ah, man, I should have just copied what I had in the client. But I got to remember what I'm doing. Okay, so if the player pops and misses everything, then we'd reach down to this point here. But we need to do one more check where if the player is not cursor is not in play, because we don't want to count a mistake when the cursor has been pressed down outside of the play area. Right? So we don't want to log, we want this to be a mistake if you're trying to pop no bubbles. But if your cursor's outside of the play area and you're clicking, we don't want that to be a mistake. We don't want that. Because then, like, if you go click the X button, we don't want that to be a mistake. So we do this check here if, whoops, cursor in play. Why did I do that? That's stupid. We should just do if the cursor's in play, then reset here. Popped dead space. Reset target bubble ID. Dead Space. That's a good game. Good. Well, Dead Space 1, Dead Space 2 is all I played, but those are good. Awesome horror, sci-fi horror games. Okay. Okay. Yeah. And then let me fix this on the client, because this just looks stupid. Weemy was here we were talking about the one-liner ifs before. And now I'm starting to agree with Weemy. We don't need to deal with that. Okay. Yeah, this is much nicer. So if the cursor's in play and you popped, then we have a cursor drag stopped on the client. If the cursor is in play, and we tried to pop a bubble. Here we're going to do our reset. So now our reset, I'm thinking we got 3 places where we need this reset to happen, these 3 comments here. So we're going to turn that into a new method. We're going to have a method now for that reset. I'll be back in a bit if you're still going. Yeah, sounds good, Retro. Yeah, it should be going another 2 hours or so. Maybe longer. So, no worries, Evan. All right. Okay. Yeah, we just need to figure out exactly how we want to handle this. So it's kind of, I'm basically doing what I already have on the client, right? Okay, so yeah, in the case of on the client, I have a cursor drag stopped event, which basically means the player made a mistake. So I fire off that event when the wrong bubble was popped. I fire off that event when the player popped dead space, missed popping a bubble. And then this also gets fired when the player goes outside of the boundary, but that gets fired in a different location. So now, let's see. Okay, so now I go up to this cursor drag stopped event handler here. I'm going to kind of copy the logic that I have already for this. So we can do, let's see. All right, so we're going to create a new method, and I guess I will do that here. Player made mistake. We'll call that player made mistake, maybe. Player mistook. Player miss. I don't know. All right, so we're going to pass a player object through here. And that's all we need to do, actually. Because we don't care how or why they made a mistake at this point. We just care that they made a mistake. So, oh, yeah, we have mistake count. That's something I want to be toggling or counting up on the server that I currently am not doing. So the first thing, okay, so we've got that pending destruction. That doesn't matter. Stats.mistakes +1 plus equals 1. So that's something we care about. Target bubble ID. This is the thing we're kind of, this is the only thing we care about, actually. It's just resetting the target bubble ID. So it's a matter of I'm not on my home row here. Player dot match state dot target bubble ID equals unexpected token. Okay, so yeah, then that's going to equal our checkpoint interval. So whatever our checkpoint interval is, which should be config.match.checkpoint interval. And then that's going to be multiplied by the current checkpoint that we're on, which the first checkpoint is checkpoint 0. But I'm not actually storing the current checkpoint for the player, so we have to recalculate. Wait, should we? No, wait a minute. Hang on. I should be storing the checkpoint ID for the player, the current checkpoint for the player. Current checkpoint ID. Okay, so we're going to go to, yeah, player match state, target bubble ID, and then we're going to also have a this dot cur checkpoint ID. And that's going to also initialize to 0. So this is the checkpoint that the player is currently on. And then I just need to, okay, so this dot cur checkpoint ID. Where else do we do that? Use that. Set new checkpoint ID. Okay, so then destruct bubbles in previous checkpoint. We don't actually do that. Target bubble ID equals checkpoint interval times. Oh, that's what we're trying to do right now. Okay, so the only spot I need to deal with right here is this set new checkpoint ID. So this is only if the player actually proceeds to the next checkpoint. So they pop a fourth bubble, a bubble of 4. I don't know what I'm trying to say there. All right. Okay, so I think this is all I need to do. So that's back in our match class here. Set new checkpoint ID. This .cur checkpoint ID. So we go to, or we're going to player cursor down. I got to make sure I do this in the right spot. Okay, so the add bubble, practice generate next bubbles. We do that. Okay, so here's where I should do the new checkpoint calculation. So player dot match state dot cur checkpoint ID equals target bubble ID. Okay, so we increment our target bubble ID, right? At some point. Oh, I do this stupid checkpoint remainder thing. If player hit a checkpoint. Checkpoint. Oh, okay. Yeah, because it's mod. Target bubble ID mod our checkpoint interval. And that will tell us if that remainder equals 0, then we're on a new checkpoint. Oh, okay. Ugh, why is it so complicated? Okay. Oh, I do have this on the server. If on a new checkpoint. All right, so I'm totally doing this wrong. There we go. So if we're on a new checkpoint, so actually I should do this. I'll copy what I have on the client. Const, we'll do checkpoint remainder, checkpoint rem, and that will be the target bubble ID mod, the checkpoint interval. So basically, if every bubble we pop, where's our handy little diagram, right? So this is where, so our checkpoint interval is 4, right? So that just means I can change it to whatever I want, but currently I have it set to 4 in the game, and my little example here in Notepad is it's set to 4. So what that means is, that every fourth bubble you pop is a new checkpoint. So the first bubble is bubble 0. So the bubble IDs are just going up numerically, 0, 1, 2, 3. So when you pop bubble 3, bubble 4 becomes your new target bubble ID. You're trying to pop bubble 4 next. And if your new target bubble ID is, we do the modulus, we do mod target bubble ID mod 4, and then if that equals 0, then we know we're on a new checkpoint. So if you do 8 mod 0 or 8 mod 4, that equals 0. 12 mod 4, that equals 0. 16 mod 4 equals 0. So then that way we can just, depending on whatever our target bubble ID is, our new target bubble ID is, we can tell what checkpoint we're on. Or because then then there's another little equation you do to figure out which checkpoint you're on. Then it's a matter of dividing that, dividing 8 by 4, and then that tells you you're on checkpoint 2. So on and so forth, whatever. Okay, so checkpoint rem equals that, blah, 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 blah. Checkpoint rem. Player, target bubble ID, mod, that. Okay, yeah, this should all be good. Okay. So then if checkpoint rem equals 0, I'm just doing an explicit check to 0. Yeah, but whatever. That's JavaScript for you. So then, okay. So all of this is good. then we're going to use this checkpoint rem. Wait a minute. Why do we use checkpoint rem? What? That's stupid. Because checkpoint rem is always 0. I must have, okay, so that doesn't make sense why I did that on the client. Target bubble ID divided by, because we already know it's 0, right? We're inside that if statement if we're on a new checkpoint. So I don't need to do this. That doesn't make any sense. I guess I probably did this in some other place and then I refactored something and moved it up. Because we already know, we're already in an if statement that tells us we're on a new checkpoint. So we like already know that checkpoint rem equals 0 because we're doing that check right here. All right, so why? Well, then I don't even need this checkpoint rem. Okay, so let me just make sure I'm not missing something because I tend to make mistakes and miss things a lot. That's just because I'm an idiot. So let's just, yeah, this doesn't make any sense. So this should just be like this, and we don't need to do, wait a minute, do I use on a new checkpoint somewhere else? Oh, I use it there. All right, never mind. Okay, I use that variable. Okay, so I guess we do need that. We need that, but we don't need, we need that, but we don't need checkpoint rem. That doesn't, we don't need to mess with that at all. That's stupid. So that, we get rid of, oops. Yeah, we just need to do target bubble ID because we already know target bubble ID mod, our checkpoint interval is 0. So then it's just a matter of dividing this. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we still, I guess, need to do this. Actually, we don't need checkpoint rem anymore. We just do this. Yeah. All right. I'm getting kind of hungry. Okay. All right, so we know if the player hit a checkpoint. All right. So I cleaned up the client a little bit. Should we make sure our client still works, that I didn't break something? Oh. Well, that error is because of, where's my unexpected token? Oh, match.js 134. All right, just making sure that our client is still good. So let's pop some bubbles quick. Oh, those are so small. I have the window kind of tiny. I don't know why I keep playing. I don't really need to, but everything seems to be working, but it's kind of fun. Okay. There we go. All right, so all right, so we The client is still fine. Yeah, I just refactored some stuff at some point and, you know, yeah, we got an issue, whatever. All right, so now, okay, now we are storing the player's checkpoint, current checkpoint, right? Am I right? Did we get to that yet? Okay, or not yet. We're working on that right now. Okay, so player.matchstate.cur checkpoint ID. So now all we need to do is set that this.cur checkpoint ID. I want to do just a quick look at where I am using that everywhere in this file. Okay. So here we're setting it, and that's like the only place we set it. Yeah, because the only thing that can make you change a checkpoint is popping a bubble to go forward. Otherwise, messing up, you're always going back to the beginning of the checkpoint, but you're never going to go backwards in checkpoints. That's the whole point of a checkpoint, right? Like, I hit the checkpoint, so I can't go back anymore, right? So obviously, from our setting up here in our constructor, we don't set the checkpoint unless we pop a bubble. So this is good. Set new checkpoint ID. Okay, this is .cur checkpoint ID. Okay, so we do this is the new target bubble ID. So that's this player.matchstate.target bubble ID. And then we are dividing by the checkpoint interval. So that's config.match.checkpoint interval. And I believe, yeah, so then we're doing that inside of, we're doing a check for if we're on a new checkpoint. Checkpoint rem. Actually, no, I don't need that checkpoint rem anymore. Why did I? All right, now we're going back to the whatever we were doing before. So this, we're checking if it equals 0. Player, match state, target mod, blah, 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 mod, this checkpoint interval equals 0. So that tells us that we are on a new checkpoint. And if we're on a new checkpoint, then at the very end here, we're going to update to that. We're going to set whatever our new checkpoint is. Okay, great. And then okay, then we can go down to player made mistake. And then we're going to make the player go back to the first target bubble of the checkpoint. That's basically what we want. Not basically, that is what we want. So we're going to do config.match.checkpoint interval. We're going to multiply it by this.current checkpoint ID, which is actually this player.match state.checkpoint checkpoint ID or cur, what did I call it? Cur checkpoint ID. Yes, okay. Because target bubble is going to be then the current checkpoint ID. So if you're on checkpoint, if you were on, oh yeah, that's basically checkpoint interval is 4, and then you're multiplying it by the current checkpoint ID. So 4, if we're on checkpoint 2, if we're trying to pop bubble 10, then we're on checkpoint 2. So 4 times 2 is 8. So that means our target bubble is going back to 8. You know, like I was trying to pop 10, I made a mistake, so I need to go back to 8. So that's what that whole shebang is there. So player made a mistake. Nice little just one-liner thing there. And then we're going to use this in a few different places. So we need to reset target bubble. So wherever I made those comments before, these 3 places, we need to actually just call player made mistake. So we just do, whoops, this dot player made mistake, and then we pass in the player. And then we can just copy this whole line and put that in. I should leave these nice little comments here. Wrong bubble popped. Player pop dead space. Wrong bubble popped. whoops, pop dead space, player made mistake, and then this if statement is cursor moved out of the boundary, cursor just moved out of bounds. The important thing there is the just. Because if I was already out of bounds, then we're not going to hit this block of code. But if we just went out of bounds, then we are going to hit this block of code. Okay. All right. So then, actually, and anytime, the other important thing is anytime we throw a player made a mistake, we need to shoot that, I guess we'll just send the new target bubble. Yeah, let's just send the target bubble to the other player. So then we would send I guess okay, I'm gonna make this a new command here. Other player we're gonna say ooh. Okay. I need to put this into a little method here now. Player made mistake. We need to have, then we're going to call this other method that's going to be like notify. Send opponent target bubble, send opponent target bubble, target bubble ID. Then we'll pass a player in for that. Send opponent target bubble. Yeah, that's actually not bad. That's not bad. And then I'm going to copy this little loop here, because that just helps us decide what the other player is. So we pass a player in, this dot players at for each the other player. If the other player is not this player, then we send the command to that player. Opponent popped bubble. But I want to call this, I actually want to call this opponent target bubble changed. Because it doesn't necessarily mean you pop the bubble, because if you made a mistake, you're going back to a target bubble. So we'll say opponent target bubble changed. Opponent target bubble changed. We'll just roll with that. Opponent, send opponent target bubble ID. Okay. And then we're going to call that function from up here. So we're going to say this dot opponent, send opponent target bubble ID, and we're going to pass that player in. That's good enough. And then, okay. Player made mistake. So then anytime the player makes a mistake, we also need to send opponent target bubble ID. So then we can do this dot send opponent target bubble ID, and we pass that, forward that player on down the pipe. That should be good. And then, so basically now what's happening is anytime a player pops a bubble, and their target bubble ID changes, right? Because their new target bubble is going to be the next bubble. So that changes, and then we send that target bubble to the opponent to say, okay, here's where your opponent is at. And then we also do that same exact thing if the player makes a mistake, because if they make a mistake, they're going back to the bubble that their target bubble is now going to be the first bubble of the checkpoint, which it might not change at all, or it might change. Yeah, technically, it might not change at all if you're already trying to pop the first bubble, if your target bubble is the first bubble of a checkpoint. But that's, who cares? That's not really that big of a deal. So then we're also, in the case of the player making a mistake and going back to the beginning of the checkpoint, we're also going to send that new target bubble ID to the opponent. And that way, if we have like the little thing showing you the amount of bubbles you popped versus the opponent, we'll be able to see that nice and clearly. Okay. Okay. Okay, so player made mistakes and opponent target bubble ID, yes. Then I just changed the name of this message. So opponent target bubble changed. So the only thing is on the client now, we actually need to just parse that event. So instead of opponent popped bubble, it's now opponent target bubble changed. And that's a long, awful string name. And I don't want to actually be sending that in bytes down the pipe to say that, but we'll get to that at some point. Tidying all of that up. Okay. So that's great. Now we should see, okay, now on the clients, we'll refresh our clients here. I'll play up on this one. And then down on this one, we should see, oh, we already got a 0 because I crashed. So technically, it's resetting the target bubble ID to 0 and then notifying the other player. Not really that big of a deal. But now if I pop this one, now the other player has 1, and now I crash again and went back to 0. So if we pop, pop, pop. Oh, what in the world there? Why is it sending zeros? All right, we've got some other problem here. Oh, I see. Okay. Here's the problem. I'm not doing the inverse. When our cursor comes back into play, I'm not setting that on the server. So that is a problem. We're not setting cursor. Oh, no, we are. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this. This is dumb. If the cursor just moved out of bounds. If the cursor is not inside of the play area. Okay, something is wrong. Maybe I did a wrong. Let's go back here to our clients, starting in 3, 2, 1. Okay, 0. That's fine. 0, 0, 0. Oh yeah, it is getting set back to true. I already knew that. 2 crashed. Oh, yeah, now that's just 0 all the time. What in the world? It's hard to see, but it worked here for a second with 0, 1, 2. Then I crashed, and then now it's just 0 all the time. Okay, so what did I screw up this time? So player made mistake. Is the mistake getting thrown? Let's just CLG on the server here. Mistake. Can I make this a little? So I can see my server console? Let's just make these a little tinier, huh? All right, so let's refresh. All right, so if I do this. Oh, okay, so mistake. Oh, you know what? I bet I'm setting this to not a number. Opponent target bubble changed. Okay. All right, this is weird. Let's just log that quickly. All right, so for some reason, we're throwing a mistake. Player made mistake. Am I not returning somewhere? I must not have a return in the right place, maybe. That must be what it is. Okay, so let's look at that. We've got our loop. Wow, this wasn't supposed to be that hard. Okay. Okay, what's going on here? What is going on? Am I not? Where else do we have returns in here? Okay, that's if the player popped the last bubble, but we don't actually care. I guess the other, okay, so let's actually figure out which mistake is being fired, or what is the reason for the mistake. So let's not print that. Let's just print, I have a suspicion that it's this. Wrong bubble popped. And then we're going to CLG. ASDF, ASDF, ASDF. So let's get a multiplayer game going, and I whoops. Pop this, pop that. We go back to 0. Okay, so it's not, okay, so it's not this. We're not getting a log there. So that means, that has to mean it would be this. Player made mistake. Okay, so I made a mistake. Then I make a mistake. And we got, wait a minute. Now we're just getting ASDFs all the time. All right, so the question is, why are we getting ASDFs all the time there? Actually, I'll keep the ASDF, ASDF, ASDF. So one of these ifs is failing for every single bubble. Okay, so let's when we fire this, let's CLG player.matchState.target bubble ID. What? What in the world was going on there? Quit. Zero. One. Crash. Zero. But then I popped 0. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. Okay. How do I do this on the client? Because it's the same situation on the client, right? So if, okay, cursor drag stopped. Because the thing is, if basically what I'm not doing is I'm not resetting. So the bubbles on the server are still in their popped, are still, once you pop them once and then you crash and mess up, they're not unpopping. So they're still popped, and which is one of the checks for if you're popping a bubble. You can't pop a bubble that's already been popped. So those bubbles are getting popped once, but then if you crash and have to go unpop them again, they are not. Yeah, so that's the problem. But how am I unpopping the bubbles? That's a good question. How am I doing that in the client? That's weird. Oh, the bubbles themselves do it. Hey, come on. What's going on here? Yeah, I want to become famous, but... I need to tighten my security here. Ah, I did it again. All right, we're banning this person. And this person. Hey, what was that? Ban. Frulu, wow, I guess their bot broke. Yeah, I've gotten a few, I've gotten, I got one of those earlier today, and then one of them yesterday, too. So it's like the same, and it's definitely the same names, or it's that nice random name Twitch account generator. And they're trying to get all fancy with those Unicode characters and everything. Yeah, get out of here. Get out of here, bots. I mean, yes, I want to be famous, but I don't need a bot to make me famous. I'm just kidding. I probably do. All right. Wait, no, we've gotten a couple of these now today. Not just one earlier. Yeah, I did one. One of the ones that I banned earlier was like a similar style, similar name scheme, but it was, let's see, there's another one too. The Twitch chat doesn't go back that far. Usually I have to ban 1 or 2 every time retro streams. Sometimes there's a bunch though. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. So, oh, that's okay. All right, right. What I was saying before is the bubbles themselves reset their state. So the bubbles themselves, the bubble objects themselves reset their state. Because of the nice little event system that's kind of running on the client, it's easy to do that. But on the server, it's not super necessary to do that, I guess. So, okay, so the bubble does a bunch of stuff on a mistake. It resets its traverse and popped to false. It's not pending destruction. Okay. Okay. So I need to figure out how exactly okay. Yeah, I'm trying to think if maybe I want to do something to like, well, set next bubble to in play. So the thing is we have to go whenever the player makes a mistake, we have to figure out which bubble we need to go back to. Excuse me. Okay. So, yeah, this bubble state management is just kind of annoying. So how do we figure out what bubbles we go back to? In this case, every bubble. Wait a minute. Wow. In this case, every bubble does go back to traversed and popped. I never thought about that, but that actually is happening on the client. But some of the bubbles are uninitialized, so they won't. Yeah, that's an interesting thing there. Let's see. Is there something I'm doing to check if the bubble's initialized? If the bubble traversed? Maybe I'm missing something else with that. But basically what I need to do is on the server, we need to actually set the bubble states back. So when you pop a bubble, there's a little state to say that bubble was popped. And that's why we were failing, or we were hitting mistakes every time, because we'd be parsing when the player tried to pop something. Your cursor would be over the bubble, but the thing is, the state of that bubble on the server was that it was already popped. So you can't pop a bubble that's already popped. Because when going back and making a mistake and resetting, we're not actually resetting the state on each of the bubbles that we're going back towards. So I just need to do, okay, so player made a mistake. What I need to do, when we make a mistake, we have the current target bubble ID, and then this line here is resetting the target bubble ID back to the beginning of the checkpoint. So what we need to do is like figure out what the difference, loop for as many times as we need to back, and reset each bubble's state back to what it should be. So that would mean player made mistake. I'm going to refill my coffee super quick. I'll be right back. I'm going to be so fast. I'm going to be so fast that I'm not even going to put up my notepad with my be right back message. Be that fast. Don't go anywhere. All right, I'm back. Bad news is the coffee maker shut itself off because it had been on for so long. And now the coffee's like not so warm anymore. It's warm enough though. Okay. So guess here's what we'll do. We're going to set a little variable here. We're going to call this new target bubble ID. I'll just call it new target, actually. I don't need to type that full name. And then we're going to set that to this thing here. And then at the end, we're going to set that to that. So the new target is going to be our new target bubble ID. So, and then what we'll do is we're going to loop. We're going to do like a little inclusive loop. So we're going to do for let I equal the current target bubble ID, right? I needs to equal player dot, or wait a minute. I guess technically the current bubble ID minus 1, right? Match state dot current, or wait a minute, match state dot target bubble ID. I guess it needs to be target bubble ID minus 1. It should be, right? Because anytime I'm calling this, so this is if we missed all the bubbles. This is if I equals, wrong bubble popped. Okay. Yeah, so it needs to be the target. Yeah, the target bubble ID minus 1. And then we're going to be going down, we're going to be I is greater than or equal to the new target. Because we're going back, down, we're going down. So I minus minus. And then we need to reset the state for each bubble. So then that would be player dot match state dot bubble states. Is that what it's called? Player match state dot bubble states, and then that is an array, and then blah 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 blah. So then we do I, and then we're going to be resetting the bubble states. We're going to in play needs to become true as well. So traversed will be false. Popped will be false. Basically just going to reset this all, I think. Yeah. Okay, I believe that's right. Player bubble states. Okay. So then we are resetting that here. So that will be dot traversed equals false. Dot popped equals false. Dot popped time. We can set that back to null. We're not actually doing the time or anything yet, but then in play equals true. So that's the one difference. In play would be true because these are. Now, where am I using in play again? I want to look at actually those words. Okay, so we're only checking traversal against in play bubbles. We are that kind of raises an interesting point. Do I want to be checking if set next bubble to in play? Okay, right. I guess we could probably be, when we do the cursor down, we could probably just skip all the bubbles that aren't in play. So if bubble is not in play, how do we do it on the client? All right, well, what I just did should be good. So let's actually test this out now on these clients. So we're going to start a match. And then on this, let's make these a little bigger now, huh? So now on this client, and we are already seeing the zeros get reset from me crashing, but we should see, okay, now I've let the time expire basically. So I think we're going to have to try again. Time's up. All right, so we'll quit on both of these and we'll start a new multiplayer game. So now on this, I'll play on this one and we'll see over here we should see the messages tick up. So we pop 1. So our new target bubble ID is 1. New target bubble ID is 2. If I mess up, our new target bubble ID is 0. New target bubble ID is 1. That's good. That's good. We go back to 4 there. That's good. 6 something, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's looking pretty good there. Yeah, let's do on cursor down. I'm going to do a check. I'm going to print. We're going to do a CLGI. So I just want to print the ID of all the bubbles we're looping over when we do this. So let's refresh. Let's refresh. Then this, then this. All right. So every time I do a cursor down, it's going to show how many loops we did. Why did it do 0, then 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Yeah, okay. So we're looping over bubbles. We need to do like a top level if here, I guess. We should do a top level if to say for each bubble, and then if bubble is in play. If the bubble is even in play, then we continue. So that way we just skip over any bubbles that aren't in play. Did I do this right? Yeah, if the bubble's in play, and then if the bubble is traversed, and if the bubble is not popped, then we got to pop. All right, so let's try this again here. Four. Oh, actually, I should be looking on the server here. All right, so looking in our server console down here, use 0, then I go to 1. Oh, wait a minute. I got rid of my looping message there. Player. Oh, okay. Oh, that's what that other 0 came from, I guess. All right. I think everything is looking pretty good here now. All of that was to basically just make sure we've got actually an updated like player target bubble count on the other player. So now like let's just queue up. I'm gonna play really fast, or like just somewhat fast. Oops, made a mistake. So let's look over here. We've got a bunch of stuff. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4. We messed up. We went back to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Wait, 28, 29, and then I messed up and we went back to 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 32. We messed up and went back down to 32. Cool. All right. And every time we go back to a checkpoint, we're always going back to that multiple of 4 there. Yeah. It's kind of cool so far, I think. All right. So go back to some lukewarm coffee here for a bit. Sorry, I know my chair's a little extra squeakier today than normal. All right. Okay. Well, we now at least have accurate, correct opponent bubble pops being sent to each client. Which is good. That's pretty good. So we are, yeah, we're doing pretty well on that front. Yeah, what's kind of the next thing then? We'll just peg the game here again. I know got a lot of viewers still hanging out from Dave Churchill's stream, which is fantastic. Thank you guys so much for still hanging out and everything. And again, the game I'm working on, it's called Populus. You can play it right now. You can play the test version of it, or kind of my little test version of it, at populus.gg. I just threw the link down there in the chat. And yeah, there's we're working on multiplayer right now. And currently the one that's live right now on populus.gg is just a single player only. But yeah. And got a Discord as well. I'll just plug that pretty quick here. So my Discord server's kind of new. I set it up maybe a month ago, whatever, and I'm trying to get better at updating stuff on there, and I'd like to do updates, development updates as I go, for my streams, whatnot. But yeah, just plug in that there in case anyone's interested. All right, so yeah, so we're looking pretty good as far as getting the bubbles to the opponent, your current bubble pops to the opponent. We're looking pretty good. It would be cool to get some actual stuff showing on the client now, showing that, you know, whatever, a little meter or something, showing the showing like your position relative to the opponent's. Yeah, and Retro and was it Zinx? We're saying it could be. Who was that before? They were saying could be like a little tug of war thing. Yeah, Zinx said that, tug of war. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm not 100% sure actually how I want to do that. But for right now, I guess. Well, right now we are currently successfully resetting the player's target bubbles. I'm trying to think of what else we want to do with that right now. I really don't know. I don't know how we want to do this. Let's see here. Let us see. Well, we were talking before about different kinds of ways we could maybe make the gameplay a little more compelling as far as like the competitive mode, right? Rather than just like a direct like popping, who can pop the most bubbles in 30 seconds. It'd be cool if there was some sort of gameplay mechanic related between players. So that's kind of that's kind of something I want to be thinking about. I don't remember. I was going to say something about that, but I don't remember now specifically. Yeah, I really don't know what I should be focusing on next at this point. I mean, I guess we should probably be doing something. I should probably actually start doing the stats server side. And that way we can do the stats server side, and then at the end of the game, instead of the client side stats, which is what we have right now, we could at least show whatever stats the server has said should be shown. Yeah. All right, well, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. We'll be right back, and then I think we'll dive right in then with the stats, doing the stats server side. All right, so don't go anywhere unless you want to, of course. All right, we are back. Okay, so yeah, let's get the statistics going on the server side. So to do that, I want to look at what the stats are and how we're calculating them. And I'm pretty sure actually all it is just stats or mistakes, which is one thing we need to add in. And then there's mistakes, and then it just, at the end of the game, I think it just chugs through the popped bubbles. And then we look at that. So, okay, we got marathon. It's in our application file. Here we go. All right, so marathon ended. We do marathon.stats.end time. I don't really know why we actually have that. We don't really need that. This .marathon.destruct, websites, quick in, blah, 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 blah. Okay, here we do the stats screen setup, right? Oh, so we fire up a new stat screen creator. Ooh, I should get rid of that. We create a stats screen. And what do we do to actually set that up? So the stats are the important part here. We do bubbles popped. And that number of bubbles popped is just a simple loop over all the bubbles in the game, the bubbles array. And then if the bubbles got popped, we increment our bubbles popped by 1 there. And that's our number there at the end. And then the total time, I mean, I could just do my 30 seconds. That's already there. We do pops per second, which is just taking that number of pops and dividing it by the total time. And we got the mistakes. So that's all there really is. So bubbles popped. And then we want to be, now with the competitive mode, we'd be showing like simultaneous, like you and your opponent's stats. So this will be kind of cool to do. And it should be pretty easy actually to set this up. Not super complicated. So, bubbles popped. Yeah, and then in this, and then in this creator method, we can have like we can pass in whether or not like the stats are coming directly from the server. So if like they're coming directly from the server, then you don't need to calculate them out, whatever. Kind of like we do with the bubbles in the game itself. If there's bubbles coming in from the server, then we don't create our own bubbles. Retro MMO, how's progress? Welcome back, Evan. It's pretty good. I now have the server successfully kind of keeping the state of the player, how many bubbles they popped, and which ones, you know, if they make a mistake, going back. Because before, mistakes weren't actually doing anything it didn't actually mean anything on the server side. So now the server's actually recognizing when the cursor like goes out of bounds or when you pop the wrong bubble or whatever. And now I'm actually working on the stat calculation, but doing that server side. And then I'd like to have the server then ship off the stats to both players, and then you would see the other player's stats as well. So yeah, so I'm not going to worry. Yeah, the total time, we don't need to actually calculate out a total time thing. That'll just be the 30 seconds. We're just going to stick with that. So it'll be and what am I doing? Am I rounding that down? Yeah, I'm rounding that down to the nearest second. Whatever. All right, so all we really care about is, let's go to, let's see. All right, so when the game ends, where is that spot? Here. End match. Match ended. We'd have opponent quit, Boolean, and then we have, which is either true or false, and then we could do the stats setup here. Okay, this is. We need to do each. Oh, this is an interesting thing. To do, if player quits during countdown, match ended, will fire on client before match started. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so the end match gets fired when the timer ends, right? But the stat calculation, do we want to do? Yeah, we should still do the stat calculation, I guess. We'll still do stat calculation, even if the player quit. Because like I said, that way at least the other player could maybe see their stats so far, right? Like they could see, oh, well, at least I had a pop rate of this. Even though the player quit, my opponent quit 15 seconds in, I could still see like my pop rate for those 15 seconds or whatever. I feel like that's okay. No reason to kick the, you know, when one player quits early, there's no reason to kick that other player just straight back to the main menu. Might as well show them the stats. So, yeah, so the stat calculation, I guess, can happen inside of end match. Yeah, it should. Because like I said, if the opponent quit, who cares? And we might as well just show... we might as well just show clear timeout, clear timeout. Okay. We might as well still show both players' stats. I mean, why not? Even if a player quits. So here, okay. Now I think we need to do this dot players dot for each. We need to do 2 for eaches. This dot players dot for each player. And then we're going to do the stat calculation for both of them. So the player objects are still things, but the WebSockets object on how does that work again? Okay. Okay, so we're going to check each player. Am I right here? Yeah, we kind of need to do 2 loops over the players because one needs to loop over each player and calculate all the stats. But then the other loop is going to send both players' stats, is going to be sending each command and sending, therefore, the player stats. There's probably a better way to do that. I don't care right now. Don't really need to worry too much about that. This dot players dot for each player. Okay, so, well, one thing, we need to actually be counting the mistakes. So part of our player match state is we should have stats. Or maybe not like an explicit stats object. We'll just say this dot mistakes. And then each bubble, yeah, and we're just checking the popped property on each bubble. That's really all we care about right now. I haven't come up with any more meaningful kind of stats to have at this point, but we might come up with some stuff in the future. So this dot players dot for each player, we're going to count their mistakes. Oh, and I need to make sure it mistakes increments every time we fire this dot player made mistake. So then here we'll do player dot match state dot mistakes plus equals 1. Yeah, and you can't undo mistakes, basically. You make a mistake, that's it. All right, so then we need, okay. So how are we going to do this? Actually, we don't need to do anything with all right, so players dot for each player. I guess all we need to do here is calculate like a bubble count. Popped bubble count. Do we where is there a better way to do that maybe? I guess we can set that here. Yeah, we might as well just do it at the end, I guess. Okay, so player bubble state mistakes. This dot popped bubbles bubble count equals 0. Doesn't get calculated till the end of the match. I'll just say match dot end match. Okay. Pop the bubble count. Doesn't get calculated till the end of the match. All right, so that's okay. So then popped bubble count. We go to back to match, and then players dot for each, and then I guess we do this dot player dot match state dot bubble states dot for each bubble state, and then we're going to do player if bubble state dot popped, and then we're going to increment player dot match state dot bubbles popped, popped bubble count. Is that what we called it? Popped bubble count. We're going to increment that. Player match state dot bubble states dot for each bubble state. Just do this to be a little nicer here. Player bubble state. Yeah. Okay. So then I guess what we can just do is maybe send like, let's split this down into multi-lines here. Opponent quit. And then we're going to do my mistakes, my mistake count. Yeah, I should actually maybe change that to mistake count. Mistake count, just to be a little more explicit there. And then when we go in the match, when we hit a mistake, we're going to say player made mistakes, and then match state dot mistake count plus equals 1. Brilliant. Okay, so then my mistake count, yeah, my mistake count is just going to equal player dot player state my mistake count is player dot match state dot player dot match state dot mistake count. I just thought of something. You know what? What if I've always had this weird thing of like trying to figure out what the other player, you know, like if I have one player and I like need to do something with the other player, the process of getting the other player is just kind of annoying. So what if for each player we just set the opponent, so they have reference to their opponent? That might be interesting. It's like if one player does something, then I can just talk to that player's opponent. Frulu, that makes sense to me. Yeah. Kind of want to do that because I've had it before where I'm like trying to figure out, okay, what's the other, if I've got one player, how do I figure out who the other player is? And it's like, it's easy enough to do that, but it's just annoying to have to I have to do that a lot, actually, or at least it feels like I have to do that a lot. Yeah, so what if we do, first of all, how can I do that? How can I set that up? Well, for one, I guess we could have player match state. We could maybe just have this dot opponent. Oh. And then, okay, so where do I set up that player match state object? Player bubble state. Okay, so I could set up here, I guess, or here. Match state equals null, set match, match player ID. And then can we, okay, so when we do set match, which I guess happens in match, set match. Okay, so then here, yeah, and I just have to do kind of that annoying messy thing once. So that's for the match. We initialize the match. Okay, so what would be the best way? So player.setMatch, the match, the I, which is the player's index. Where else am I using that match? What is that thing called? Match player ID. Let me look at where I'm actually using that. Because I did that yesterday, I think. Match player ID. Okay, so we're doing that in the set match. We're doing that in the new player match state. In the player match state, we're doing that. This dot match. And then in match, if other player dot match state. Okay, let's look at what that is. Because maybe we don't even need that anymore. Match player ID. Okay. Send opponent target bubble ID. If other player dot match state dot match player ID. That's seriously the only place I'm using this. All right. Players dot for each other player. If other player dot match state dot match player ID. Okay, so we can even get rid of this match player ID thing because it's really not used. It's used here, but we could replace this by doing the opponent thing. And then in the player, it's not used at all. It's used just to set up the match state, which is just, so that thing that I thought I was a genius for setting up yesterday, it's actually much better to just have each player just keep reference to their opponent. Why didn't I think of that before? Oh, right, because I have no idea what I'm doing. That's why. Okay. So, yeah, and then I don't need to do this looping thing. Instead of send opponent target bubble ID, then I just do, we maybe don't even need, oh no, we do need a method for that. But then it would just be this, basically. Instead of this like loop and if statement in here, it would just be player dot match state dot opponent dot send command, and then the message. That's all it would be. Yeah. Yes. And then we could totally get rid of this match player ID thing. So let's get rid of, we're just gonna plow right on through with that. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna get rid of match player ID. We're gonna have opponent, and then the opponent will come through, which is a player object. Excuse me. I'm getting gassy here. Okay, so that's good. And then the player the player, yeah, that's just going to be part of the match state. So anything that's related to just a match, a given match, is just going to be all plugged into this match state object. Because the player object persists throughout the duration of their connection, their WebSocket connection. So when they're in a match, then this match state thing would like contain all that context for the match that they need. Otherwise, then just this one object needs to get nullified when the match is over, and then the player object will still persist. And actually, I could probably get away from doing that even. Just like keeping the WebSocket connection, and then whenever that WebSocket, well, never mind. Another topic for another time. So, yeah. Okay, so set match is just gonna, this is gonna be just the opponent now. Opponent, and then opponent. Brilliant. Yeah. Okay. Great. And then the only like annoying thing we have to do is just in the match itself, whenever we do the set wherever that is, this init. So we get some players, we get an array of players that comes in from the application when it finds a match. And then, yeah, the only thing we need to do is just figure out what the opponent is for each player. So now instead of passing I in, which we no longer need at all. So for each player, this dot players dot for each player, player dot set match. I guess I could do this. This dot players dot filter opponent. Opponent, if opponent does not equal player, and then we'll just return 0. Opponent, okay, if this opponent is not the player, then return true. So then put the opponent there, and then but filter returns an array. Right? Nah, I'm not. I'm in a class here. And it returns an array. Okay. Yeah, so that should be good. It'll always return an array even if it's just one thing, and we know it's going to be one element, so then 0 returns 0. Okay. It's kind of dumb, but whatever. Whatever. Okay. Let's see if that works. So let's see if that what I just did even works for the rest of the game. And that it doesn't break anything. Probably it'll break something. 3, 2, 1. And then if the other player is seeing bubble pops, which it looks like it is, then that looks pretty good. Cool. Cannot read property mistake count and all. Okay, so now back to our stats, which is what we were doing. So now I can do end match for players at 4 each. We need to calculate the stats for each player. And then this thing, match state is null. Oh. Okay. We'll move that down below. Okay, so so now that should be okay. So we're gonna send just individual properties for each of these. We're gonna say opponent. Okay, the opponent quit. That's if the opponent quit or not, obviously, and prematurely ended the match. So that's true or false. My mistake count should now be player.mistake count. And we're calculating the bubbles popped for each player as well. So then my bubble popped bubble count. So we'll say my bubble popped count is going to equal player.matchState.popped bubble count. And then we're going to say opponent mistake count. And that's going to be player.matchState.opponent .matchState mistake count. And then it'll be opponent bubble popped count. Yeah, these are awful long string names, and every single little byte is getting sent down over the pipe, but that's okay. Match state dot opponent dot opponent dot match state dot player dot match state dot opponent dot match state dot. We got a circular reference there. Bubble dot. Okay, opponent bubble popped count. So that's match state dot popped bubble count. Oh, it should be my popped bubble count, not bubble popped count. That sounds terrible. Popped bubble count to be nice and in line with what we've got here. Popped bubble count. Popped bubble count. Okay. Wow. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Yeah, we're going to send this regardless. We're going to be sending these regardless of if a player quit prematurely or not. Yeah, I like that. So then we need to do... What do we need to do here? Oh, I guess let's just print those in the console then at the end of the game. The client console is what I mean by that. So let's do where would I do that? That's a good question. Okay, so then we will just on match ended, we've got event emitter.emit. Okay, and I'll just do the console log right here. So we'll just, should we just log the whole, let's just log the whole message. Console log message, why not? That way I don't have to do a bunch of stuff. Message, switch message.message, message, okay. Yeah. And then also I'm going to remove those console logs for all the bubble pops on the client. We don't really need that anymore. Oh, that actually should be right here. Yeah. Brilliant. All right, so let's see what we got now. So now if I play a game here, so what I'll do, well, let's pop a couple bubbles here and go to a new checkpoint. And then here, let's just plop a bunch of bubbles all the way up until the end. Oh boy. I made a couple mistakes on this one, which is nice. What happened? Why did this one not die? What happened there? Oh, the server crashed. Okay, that's why. Okay, so let's... Well, what happened here? Did we actually get something? My mistake count 1, which is correct. My popped bubble count 4. Opponent mistake count 5. That sounds probably about right. Opponent popped bubble count 48. Nice. Opponent quit false. I like this. All right, so let's fix this error on the server and then try it again just to see. So match.js 48. Cannot read property mistake count of null. Okay, so we got all the way up to match state. And that's what died, right? Yeah. So do we not have a... Oh. The opponent match state. Okay. All right. So we can't set match state to null here, basically, is the problem, because we killed off the first player, whatever, calculated and did the is able to talk to the opponent match state. But then that player kills its match state. So then when the other player is going player.matchstate.opponent.matchstate, well, opponent match state was already set to null because that was the player that went first and hit player.matchstate set to null first. I know I said all that really fast, but I understand what I said, I think. So we have to do another players.forEach. Oy vey. So okay, not that. So we'll do this dot players dot for each player. And then we'll do player dot match state equals null. Okay. And I'll do this just to be nice and fancy. Okay, so now that shouldn't be a problem. Let's go back and refresh our clients, and nothing should break this time. Everything should be just perfect. So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we crash, or we do 5, and then we crash. So here we'd only have 4 bubbles popped. And then here I'll just play, oops, here I'll play and pop a bunch of bubbles. Make a mistake or two, and then we'll see the client generated stats and the server generated stats, and we'll make sure that those are comprende. Okay, so here, nice, everything looks great. Okay, so here our client stats are still showing here, and then in here we should see both the client or both our stats from the server and our opponent stats from the server, obviously. And we should see that those all match up really nicely. Okay, so this guy here, 4 bubbles popped, 30 seconds, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't matter. We're not worried about total time or pops per second right now. We're just worried about bubble pops, and mistakes. So my mistake count 2. There we go, 2. My pop bubble count 4. There we go, 4. Awesome. Opponent mistake count 3. Opponent popped bubble count 33. Opponent quit false. That's correct. My mistake count 3. My pop bubble count 33. Opponent mistake count 2. Opponent popped bubble count 4. Cool. So that's working. That's working pretty nicely. So now what we can do is we can put, well, okay, I'm going to quickly refactor what I have for the stat screen creator, because I want to do, now what I want to do is instead of the client putting its own stats, it's going to put in the numbers from the server. And then it's going to put in the numbers from the server, and then the And it would be nice to also show, so like it'll show your stats in blue and then your opponent's stats like right underneath it in red. That'd be cool. But then we're just going to take the stats straight off the server and not worry about even calculating our own stats. But I first want to refactor the stat screen creator setup here. So we don't really need a stat screen creator. We need just a create method, a static create on our stat screen creator, or on our stat screen object itself. And then I'm going to do create stat screen. Okay, so we're going to pass the marathon in. And we need to make sure we've got all of these imports going. So we'll do all of that. We don't need to import that itself. Okay. And then we're just going to copy all of this. Not all of that. Just like this. Go to stat screen. There we go. That should be all we need. And we're gonna have the server stats come in here. We're gonna have server stats be an object that'll come in. And I guess that'll actually just be maybe just for simplicity's sake, what I'll do is I'm gonna wrap. Yeah, just to make it really easy for myself, I'm going to wrap the. Oh, well, actually, first, before I do anything else, stat screen creator, that file will get deleted, and then we can do marathon, and then, is it marathon? No, it's the application. Application, we got stat screen creator. So instead of stat screen creator, we're just going to do stat screen, which needs to be auto imported. There we go. We auto imported it. Wow. Visual Studio Code to the rescue. And then this is not create stat screen. This is just create. And we got this dot marathon. And then we should also be doing, okay, so marathon ended, quit to main menu, false, opponent quit, false. And then I should have another little thing in here called stats. Whoa. Server, we'll call this server stats, I guess, for right now. Who cares? And then that'll just default to null. And then we'll always pass server stats into our stat screen create. And then I'm going to wrap up those server stats into a nice little stats object on the server itself. And then when those come in, they'll get set to null if it's not present. Okay. That should be all good. I'm going to get rid of the stat screen creator file. And then assuming, I'm just going to run a client here real quick. And everything should be fine up till the end of the game. You know what? Oh, 79 bubbles. That's up there. That's up there. Okay. I was in the zone. I was in the zone there playing. All right. What was I gonna do? Oh, I was just making sure the stats worked. So the stats are looking good. Unless that just is totally, we're calculating the bubbles pop totally wrong and I'm just way off. No, maybe I broke it and now 79 is like what I think I got, but I really got like 39. Just kidding. I'm pretty sure we're okay here. Marathon JS 116. I'm printing something. What are we printing? I don't even know what those numbers are. 8, 11, 12, 15, 16, 19, 20, 23. Wow. Okay, why are we printing those? Marathon JS 116. That was like every checkpoint or something. 116. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's get rid of that. I don't even remember why I was printing that. That's kind of weird. Okay, so now on our WebSockets wrapper, marathon ended, opponent quit, and then we're gonna do server stats. Is that what we call it? Server stats is gonna equal message.stats. So that doesn't exist yet as far as the server goes. Okay, so as far as the server goes, actually, wait, what do I want to? Opponent quit, message, opponent quit, server stats, message.stats. Okay. Marathon ended. Okay. So now on the server, I just need to wrap this stuff into a stats object just because I'm lazy, actually. And again, all of that stuff's going to kind of change once we get to a much more dialed in package of data that's going to be sent between client and server. Or actually, we'll actually start using just the array buffer, the JavaScript array buffer, to send the data rather than JSON, just to remove that extra overhead. Balauzas is raiding with a party of 4. Balauzas, thank you. Sorry if I'm not getting that name right. Balauzas. Appreciate the raid, for sure. How are you doing, my friend? We're working on multiplayer today. Whoops. Trying my best. Good deal. Yeah, me too, I guess. I'm always trying my best, and usually it's not good enough. Multiplayer, nice. Yeah, it's kind of coming together. I'm working right now on getting our stats for between the client and server. But basically, I can come in here and I can queue up 2 different browsers here, and the same bubbles appear. And whoops, if I actually have the window active, you can play, and then these bubbles, blah blah blah, are the same on both for both players. So yeah, so it's kind of cool. Balauzas, I'm not actually sure if I'm not sure. Do you do development streams? Yeah, I do. Nice. Web development or something else? I don't think I've ever asked you about that before. I don't know if I knew you streamed before. All right. So Matulanus is now following. Matulanus, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate that. I assume you're coming over from Balauzas. I was the one who manipulated your code to have... Oh. Right. Enjoy PP is now following. Enjoy. Thanks for the follow. I really appreciate that. Yes, I remember that now. Yes, that's right. Yesterday, someone was in chat who was playing around with the site from the code and actually wrote some code to actually pop some bubbles automatically. Which was kind of crazy. He sent me the script and I didn't actually look through it yet, but it was pretty cool. I'm working on an educational gaming platform for kids. Actually, now that's familiar now. So I think I remember you saying that before. That's cool. Nice. Is it like I think I was asking about this, and I don't remember educational. Is it for programming specifically, like educating kids program coding kind of stuff, or is it just general education kind of stuff? You probably rated me before. Actually, that was probably one. 3 to 12-year-old math. 3 to 12-year-old like math, writing, basic logic games. Nice. That's cool. I'll have to check it out for sure. I probably said I was gonna follow you last time because you probably rated me before when you were here before. Yeah. Nice. Are you like a teacher kind of thing, good for job wise, or are you just kind of doing it for fun? That sort of thing, because that's kind of interesting. Anyway, it's great to see your game's progress. Thank you. Thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, we kind of have a long way to go before we've got production ready multiplayer, I think, but well, I don't know. Yeah, I've got some more testing to do, probably on LAN and everything, and a lot of dialing stuff in before we go live with it, but it's coming along, I think, for the most part. Unfortunately, I am lecturer. I'm not exactly sure what. I mean, I know what a lecturer is, but I guess I'm not exactly sure. Like, that's for your job in academy. Same like teacher. Okay. Gotcha. But you say unfortunately. I guess I'm not exactly sure what you're saying or why that's. Oh, or were you saying unfortunately because I said, is that what you do for your job, is working on this? Or like working on programming kind of stuff? I guess that's what I meant. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what I was trying to say. But anyway, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I could probably benefit from some 12-year-old math. Okay, so the one thing we need to do now, we tested that our stats object, we refactored the stats object just very quickly, which basically just meant moving a function around. But now I want to actually set up a thing for displaying our stats. Where do we do the stat height? Yeah, so I want to actually do a thing where we do now the stats for. So for example, this is like the single player stats. You see bubbles pop and you see the numbers, right? But for the competitive, I'd like to have it show your stats in blue on top and then your opponent's stats in red below. That would be pretty cool. So to do that, I might want to just modify this stat object here. So let's look at our stat class, and we might want to do value. Yeah, maybe we could change this to my value and opponent value or something. So each stat object is just a pair of the title of the stat, like the type of stat, and then the value of the stat. And then it's got kind of the stuff set up to do the formatting and the color of the stuff, whatever. So what we want to do is maybe have this, instead of value, just be called my value. And then we'll do opponent value. Opponent, I guess I'll do the whole shebang thing there. Opponent value, and we'll set that to null by default. So my value, so we'll change value, value. Is that the only place we did value? Value, okay, so this should be my value text. Whoops. My value text. Oops, my value. And this, my value text, my value text. Hopefully I did all of that right. My value text dot init, my value text dot destruct. And then we're going to do the same thing for opponent. Hopefully I got all of those there. So if there's an opponent value present, then we'll do that. So this dot opponent value equals opponent value. And then if I have a, I guess, actually this will be a little if. This dot opponent value text is going to equal this dot opponent value, and then, or wait a minute. Yeah, if this dot opponent value, then we could do a new text. And then it'll be text is going to equal this dot opponent value. Pose is going to be x0, y0, I guess. Font is going to be the same exact thing. I'll just duplicate that for right now. And then color is going to be a different color. I'm going to do that red color. And then, okay, so then this will be if opponent value title y value y. Okay, so we need to do a new, we need to have a new y. So I guess this will be title y, my value y. Opponent value y. All right, hang on. I'm gonna be right back in just a second here. So don't go anywhere. All right. We're back. Allows us. Have a nice stream. It's 12:25 a.m. in our time zone, so I have to say goodbye. 12:25. All right. Yeah, it's getting up there for you. Well, yeah, thanks again, Balauzas, for the raid and everything. I really appreciate that. And yeah, have a good night. Get some sleep. It's getting late. All right. So, in fact, I've been coming up in almost 7 hours here. I'm going to be going for a little bit longer here, maybe another half hour or so. See if we can get these stats working, and then I'll probably be shutting the stream down. But not yet. We got a little bit. All right. So, okay. So I'm just kind of like going through this and like, I don't know if what I'm doing is actually the way I should be doing this, but we're going to roll with it and pretend it is. So opponent value text dot pose dot x is going to equal x offset minus this dot opponent value text dot measure text divided by 2, half of our text width there. And then this dot opponent value text dot pose dot y is going to equal opponent value y. Hopefully that's what we needed to do. And I get, we need to do an if. So if this dot opponent value text. Actually, I'm going to do, where did I do that? Double. I don't want to do this. I'm going to do if opponent value, then that else. I guess. Oh, let's split this down like that. Should I do it? Or should I do it like this, I guess? I don't know. I never know how to format the ternary stuff properly. Else we'll do null. All right, that's good enough. Actually, what I'm probably supposed to do is like this. Probably do that, and then do that, and then this, and then do a semicolon here. And then do null or something like that. I don't know. That feels weird too. Whatever. Not that big a deal for right now. Okay, so yeah, so then we're doing if opponent value text, then we're gonna do call init on that as well. This dot opponent value text dot init. And then same thing on the destruct. So if opponent value text, then we're going to call destruct on it. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. So what were we doing again? Okay. I need to look now at our stats screen itself. We don't have any resizing stuff on the stat screen right now, which is fine. Stat screen. Okay. So then All right, I guess what we'll do is if server stats. All right, so we're going to do stat objects is the same. Or no, wait a minute. Some of this stuff changes. Okay. What's the best way to do this? I guess I'll just do if server stats. If server stats else. Okay, so this is the else. Right? All right. So there we go. And then basically for the I need to do let const. I guess I need to do let stats, and then set the stats object here, and then so we've got bubble. Yeah, I need to like put these strings in like our configuration file and whatnot. All right. Okay, what were we doing here? All right, so if server stats, then we're going to do server stats dot, what were the names of the stats? Okay, so this is my mistake count, my bubble popped count. So this will be server stats dot my bubble popped, or no, popped, my popped bubble count. Shh. And then the opponent one. So then this would be server stats dot, whoops, opponent popped bubble count. And then stat total time. Oh yeah, this one would just be, yeah, the total time thing isn't really config dot marathon dot time length divided by 1,000. I'm just gonna do that, and I'm gonna figure out better how I want to actually do some of these things. Okay, so pops per second is going to be let's do this here. Const total time is going to equal this config dot. Do I want to do that right now? Yeah, I think we will. We're going to comment this one out. So then that's round total time seconds. Okay. So we're just going to call this total time. And this one's also going to be just called total time. All right, so we're going to get rid of this. Yeah, if I need to like, I'm going to get rid of all this. All right, if we're going to do something better or more robust at some point, we'll worry about it then. Yeah, the marathon stats, that end time, start time, all that shebang. Okay, so, all right, so we want to do total time is just going to be this thing. And then this is basically pops per second is going to be this same thing, math.round. Okay, math.round bubbles popped. Okay, let's see. So bubbles popped is going to be this one. That's my bubbles popped total time. Okay. So this is, I'm going to split these onto their own line here just for clarity. Okay, so that is my popped count, but then we need to also do the other opponent, which is this. So that should be the pops per second, the rounded pops per second. And the mistakes is also going to be a two-liner thing here. So that'll be server stats dot my mistake count. Server stats dot my mistake count. And then we'll also have server stats dot opponent mistake count. Okay, cool. That's great. Now the only tricky thing here is now we need to, this is all like the sizing and the positioning and everything of all of our components on screen. So we need to actually okay. Wait, what am I trying to do here? All right, so there's this height thing. All right, how do I want to do this? Okay, so these are the buttons here, and these are fine. The only thing I guess is we need to do, okay, so we've got title, half stat width. All of this stuff should be fine. Stat pose, X. At some point we set the stat pose Y. Maybe. X offset, stat.for each. Okay, that's all the X stuff. Why do I do stat pose and then just have an object that's X? Anyway. Anyway, yeah, all of this stuff is fine. The white space, stat screen, white space ratio. Yeah, that should be all fine. Height is, yeah, okay. So this height is just going to be special. Okay, value y. So we're going to have, okay, title size. Okay, we can keep value size. I don't need to do another like opponent thing. Retry button. Okay, those button radii. Those are fine. Height is going to be the height of the full thing. Title size, value size, white space. So height will change if there's an opponent thing, then this height's going to be slightly bigger. So I should do let. I should actually just make this let height and then have an if. We'll do let height and then if I guess I can do let opponent value y equal null. And then we could just do a little if server stats. So if there were some server stats that came in. Let's look at stat screen server stats. Okay, that's good. So if there were some server stats that came in, then opponent, okay. So then our height would get recalculated because our height needs to factor in the opponent thing. I know this is all boring right now and very convoluted seeming, but it's taking all my brain power just to figure it out. So sorry for the boring streaming detail. Height, okay. So the height is the height of our whole statistic element, which is just one of these things. So that's the height of this font plus this white space thing, and then the height of this value text. So like that height. And that should be the same for all of these. So now we're adding in like a little opponent thing. So that'll be like another number down here. So I just need to make sure that if the server stats come in, then we know we got an opponent score as well. And then that'll get factored into the height. And then that will get factored into centering these up nicely on the center of the screen. Because we got the equal amount of white space up here as we do down at the bottom. So that's just the matter. That's a matter of that, whatever. So basically, I can boil this down to just one if statement here, where if the server stats here, I can recalculate this height, which basically just means I need to add in another value size plus another white space. So height equals, or I guess plus equals value size plus white space. Oh, Nelly. Okay. So that should be what we want for that. And then let opponent value y will then equal basically just value y. And then I'm doing that out here as null, because then that will come in here, and we want it to be null if the server stats aren't something. So we want this to be null unless the server stats are in, because then we'll pass that in and blah, 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 blah. Stat x offset. Okay, that's just for the x position stuff. Okay, so the set pose and width is for the stat, and then I guess we need to do an if here. If this dot opponent value text, then we'll, whoops. I think there's a bug flying around in here. Okay. Okay. That's pretty much it, I think. So let's actually test it out. Statscreen.js. Statscreen. Okay, we need to actually import that on the application. That would help, huh? No, I did. Wait a minute. What was the problem there? Get application.js stat screen from JS line 8. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh. See, this Visual Studio Code does it right sometimes, and then it does dumb stuff. Like, I did not want this. This is importing the server file. Like, come on. There's probably some way to customize all of that and whatever, but who's got time for that? Okay. So let's pop some bubbles, make some mistakes, go up to a new checkpoint. And then here, whoops, we're going to pop some bubbles. And then we'll see if our stats work. Ow. Come on. Well, it looks like they're working. The stats are just overlapping. Oh, look at that, though. We recalculated properly because this, you can see. Wait, did we? Yeah, just the height of, so the buttons are down further. There's like more, there's just less white space here than there is there. But the problem is our stat Y position is not correct. It's not factoring in the number there. So I assume those numbers are correct. 4 and 35. 4 and 35. Okay. So we're almost there. The Y position of our new thing is not working. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. I think I actually know why. I know why. The Y is not showing up. Yeah, okay, so here, oh, wait a minute, stat? We do new stat. New stat, we pass in the opponent value. And if we have an opponent value, we set up this. And if set pose and all right, let me make sure I did the right thing here. Oh, okay. Yeah, I made a mistake there. Opponent, it's not opponent value y. It's title y plus white space. So it's value y plus white space. That's what it's supposed to be. All right, and let's do the correct red font now too. What is that red going to be? All right, and I believe we're doing the height correctly here. Okay, opponent value y. Hi. Let's see here. The red color is going to be in the, I'm going to use the same red color that's part of the retry button, right? Or the quit button. Yes, so that's going to be the stat for opponent value. I need to put these colors into the config file and everything, but we'll get to that at some point. All right, so let's see if that does it for us. We're going to fire up a new game. Okay. I'll play on this one a little bit. Make it up to a new checkpoint, whatever. Maybe make it up to that checkpoint there. Made a couple mistakes. And we're going to do some stuff there. Time's up. Nice. Okay. We need more white space, but that's not bad. So we can see that this guy popped 8 in 30 seconds. So I need to do something about this total time thing. That's kind of annoying. But popped 8 in 30 seconds. 0.267 pops per second. 2 mistakes. Our opponent popped 50. Same thing. So then we should see these numbers just inverse of each other. Awesome. The one thing that bothers me is this white space is not actually the same. So, yeah. So the formatting for the stats, the competitive stats will have to change. But it's not looking too bad. Oh, and oh, actually, okay, I think I know what happened here. I added the white space in. Yeah, because this is like positioned way down. All right, so I did another little faux pas there. Okay, so the height. Title size plus value size plus white space. Stat white space ratio. Is this plus equals doing some extra nasty stuff? Do I need to do this? All right, we're going to test it all again. What? Okay, it's just still not looking good. What am I missing? Well, I guess... Yeah, I'm missing something here. Okay, the height. Yeah, this, okay, so this doesn't make a difference like I thought maybe it was making a difference. Because I guess this, yeah, because I thought maybe, hey, there's some weird operator precedence thing that makes this happen first or something. But that shouldn't really matter because, I don't know. Okay, so let's see. Height. Why does that? Okay, so let's look at this again. Because that should just be the height of this, the extra value size plus white space. These two things should just be this white space plus this red thing here. But the buttons are getting jammed down too far. For sure, they're getting jammed down too far. So opponent value y is value y plus white space. Right. All right. What are we trying to do here? Okay. Title size. My wife's working out next door, so you probably hear the TV or something that she's got. Um, all right, so I can't. This is like really ridiculous. Why something this simple should not be working. This is a story of my life. It's a story of my life. So, hang on one sec. Let me see if my wife can turn it down a little bit. All right. Okay, so why is this not? Okay. The height. Am I doing something wrong here with our height minus retry button R? Stat button white space. Okay, so that should be the white space for the stat button white space ratio. Okay, so that should be what if we take out that white space from the height of the stats? And I don't want to play a whole nother round again here. So let's go to the server config and just make this like 5 seconds. We queue for a game, and the clients will still think the time's 30 seconds, so that's something we need to do at some point. But okay, that's weird. This client, why did this client not show anything? Oh, probably because the stats were 0. Those stat values were just 0 coming in, I guess. Let's try that again just to make sure I'm not crazy. So if I do this, pop, oh, never mind, that's not gonna work. Okay, yeah, I guess that's stat. All right, I guess that's what I wanted. Maybe there's more. Yeah, actually, I guess that looks better. Right? Actually, this still seems like too much white space on top. All right. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. All right. Well, I think been going for already 7.5 hours here, so I think I'm going to start winding things down here. And I don't even want to think about this stat layout anymore. We'll just do a quick little recap here, what we got done today. So 7.5 hours, it's a long time to stream. So what did we even get done today? We kind of cleaned up, the first thing we did, we kind of cleaned up like our process of being able to clean up. Oh, I'm doing those 5-second matches again now. Let's change that back to 30 seconds here. So we cleaned up some of the server process stuff and everything. So like now I can come here and I can quit as a player, and then now I get an opponent quit message on the other player, and then the other player will see the stats screen at the end, which is kind of cool. So like also then if we do, I guess if we do this, and like I play a bunch with this player here, pop some bubbles, and then maybe I'm playing here a bit, and then this guy quits. This guy gets kicked, goes back to the main menu right away. All right, what's going on here? Why are we not getting the numbers anymore? All right, so something is still screwed up. But anyway, I'm going to worry about that later. So then this player gets that opponent quit message, and then they go back to this stats screen here immediately. So I figured this other player would be nice if they just get kicked back to the stats screen. Rather than getting kicked back all the way to the main menu if the other player quits. You know, so they can at least see like their stats so far, like even though they didn't get the full 30 seconds. Oh, which reminds me, I do need to fix that here. It can't just be 30 seconds. The server actually does need to pass that time down. So let me make a little... Server needs to send the time. Otherwise, it would get calculated on the client. So anyway, what else did we get done today? We got kind of the player state. We got that kind of cleaned up and working more or less now on the server, so that's much more accurate. So as the player's playing and popping bubbles and screwing up, the server's keeping track of that, much like the way the client does. So we should have a much more accurate, well, we have a fully accurate picture now of the player state, the game state for each player on the server, which is great. So that will let us, yeah, what in the world? Why is this nothing? And then this now showing those stats. I don't get it. All right, I'll have to look at that. But what else did we do today? It's 7.5 hours. Surely we were doing something else more productive, right? We had some conversations in the chat about some new gameplay ideas, like how we could make this a little more compelling, for how we can make like the versus, the one-on-one mode a little more compelling, rather than just like a direct race to whoever, see how many people can pop bubbles per second. Retro with the bits. Thanks, Retro. I appreciate that as always. Yo, sick progress today. Thanks. I thought so too, but I can't remember what we did. I mean, we kind of cleaned up the getting around the menus and stuff, which is good. We refactored a little bit about how we have that, how we have our play button or our in-game menu button here, or the in-game quit button working, and we got that set up so that it actually quits a server match properly. But and then we set up like the player state on the server. We started doing that and making that better. And then we started doing the stats. I guess that was it. I guess that's all we were doing. But those are some pretty hefty things in terms of getting stuff done. Retro, I'll watch all the ads for you, Jared. Hey, thanks, Retro, coming in clutch with the with the bits for sure. I appreciate that a lot. So yeah, I think we pretty much summed up everything we've done so far today. But yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap things up now. Thanks to Dave Churchill again for that raid, and I'm assuming some of his community is still kind of sticking around. So appreciate that. Appreciate you guys hanging out for this long. And again, I'm working on my game Populus, so you can play it. And there's a Discord that I do for stuff, so I'll just plug that there as well. And I stream. When do I stream? Mondays and Tuesdays. It's a Tuesday today, right? Yeah. Stream Mondays and Tuesdays, and I usually start around 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. And then stream for 6 or 7 hours or so, or 7.5 hours, like we did today. And that's the typical. I'm pretty much consistently doing those times every Monday, Tuesday, and I'd like to start streaming Thursday nights, just to directly compete with Retro MMO. With his nightly streams. I'm just kidding. Not to compete, but I'd like to either potentially start doing maybe some shorter streams on Thursday nights. Maybe drop a raid. You have 12 people here still. Yeah. That's right. 12 viewers still. Yeah. Let's check that out. I've never actually done a raid before, so first time for everything, huh? I guess in the stream manager, I got raid channel. Pick a channel to raid. Okay. Only 2 channels that I follow are actually live right now. Program. Let's see. Yeah, let's see what's going on. We got any JS game development stuff? I mean, I guess it could be anything. Oh, there's me. Let's see here. Man, a lot of not English ones here. Not seeing much JS stuff going on right now. Yeah. There's one that I saw that was JS, but it looked like they're in French, potentially. Yeah, the only one I've scrolled down, up and down a couple times, and then I see one that says JavaScript, and I'm like, oh wait, that's me. So, let's just... Yeah, if I search JavaScript, I'm like one of the top ones that pops up. So there's really not that many people. That's a video. There's not really any. What happened to science and technology? Come on. What? Game development. Gen 2 Games is doing indie game dev stuff, but it's GameMaker, not JS. I'm just going down. Let's see here. There's a bunch of people also not like streaming games under science and technology too. Let's see. Anybody who's not using like an engine either. I mean, nothing against engines, but all right. Come on, we got to find something here. Sorry, if anybody new here is hopping in, I'm just let me look up that one that you're saying, Retro Gen 2 games. If anybody new is hopping in, I'm actually shutting the stream down right now, but I'm looking for somebody to raid here. Somebody who's kind of doing game development, but kind of doing more, maybe not so much engine stuff. I see a lot of like Unreal game dev and Unity game dev. I mean, nothing against engines, but I'd like to find somebody who's maybe doing, I mean, hey, if somebody's doing JavaScript game development, I would totally pop in there, but I'm not sure if, and there's some stuff, but it's like in other languages, so there's one that looks cool, but it's in German. Let's see. Man, Retro, are we like the only ones that do this? Gen 2 is on break now. Retro, are we the only ones who stream JavaScript game development? I mean, come on. All right, come on. Come on, there's got to be something here. Yeah, I rarely get to raid someone using similar tech stack, and I follow a few JSers that don't do game dev. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I've seen a few other web devs that, well, I've had a few like different web developers, at least initially, that were following me, but and that I kind of followed them, who they also streamed. But yeah, I really don't see game dev, Roblox. There's one that's kind of cool, but at late night coding asteroids 3, but it's in German, so I don't. It's just like a game development, and it looks like probably something from scratch, more or less. There's some guy doing Unreal, and it looks like he's got the code he's got like the C++ Visual Studio open, but so maybe he's a programmer, I guess. All right, come on. We got to find something here, maybe. Maybe not, or maybe all my viewers are leaving now because they're like, hey, not really doing anything. Everybody's clicking off to go watch the German stream. Nice. I didn't think it would be this hard. Find somebody. Or is there like... I mean, not even like... Yeah, I would be fine with going... Yeah, I mean, like... Oh, here's somebody learning Jai. John Blow's programming language. You just got one viewer. Yeah, let's get that guy. All right, how do I actually raid somebody? One lives left. He looks like he's got kind of like a little like grid-based game or something. Maybe some sort of grid-based game up on his screenshot there. Let me just actually open this and see. Oh, he's got like a little game of life going on there. This guy's in English, right? All right. How do we actually do the raid now? Who's John Blow? Not sure. All right. Well, we're doing a raid now. We're going to do it. So I guess that means I'm going offline, right? So I'll click raid and then I'll end the stream. I don't know how that works. But we'll give it a shot. All right. So thanks everybody for watching. We're going to raid. This guy is doing Jai programming language. Looks like he's doing game of life. So we'll see you guys in the next one. Adios for now.